Good evening. It's Wednesday, March 23rd, maybe? Or 23rd. This is Board of Assessment Appeals, meeting to hear, discuss, rate on appeals properly brought before the board. And hello out there to everyone listening from home. Let's take attendance. Kathy?
Paulette Kuzo,
Here.
Helene Daly,
Here.
Carol Langland,
Here.
Kathleen Griffin,
Here.
Peter Rupert. Peter's not here.
Okay.
Katie Gusson,
Here.
Judy Zablak.
Here.
That completes the roll call.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started with appeals. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, Peter's not here, but I don't want to wait and then have to stop. So let me just say this as we begin. Last night at the end, there was a pretty heated discussion, and that's fine. I certainly participate in my share, and I don't mind other people, getting excited and animated about an appeal and behaving the same way I behaved. However, what I will not tolerate and will never accept again is anyone on this board making comments about realtors or any other profession of any member of the board. Now, we heard a comment last night. I'm not going to go into it again. It had to do with realtors and what they do and the way they push people. So I don't ever want to hear anything like that again, what your profession is. Now, Peter's not here, unfortunately. I can talk to him about it privately, but just to let everybody know that if we have that again, I will adjourn the meeting and we will stop until people learn to respect each other, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Okay, let's see who's on first. Oh, Helene, hello, you're up.
Oh, what am I doing?
It looks like 21,
Wait,
41
I am? I don't see myself on the list, but
in there. Maybe we did it already, but I squeezed you in at the beginning for some reason.
wait a minute. Oh no, the 21
21.
is that was
Oh, that
Ronald.
was Ronald.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's done. Okay. All right. Should we go then to?
I thought I was up first with 95, maybe.
You are. Yep, you're first with 95. Okay, Katie, you got quite a few. So go ahead,
Yeah.
hit it.
Okay, so I'm trying to pull up the town stuff right now. Okay, so regarding appeal number 95, I'd like to make a motion to grant the requested value at $300,000.
Second.
Okay, so this is appeal number 95. The property address is 22 Millendale Road. The property owner, Stephen Midlick, came and presented this appeal. Basically, if you look through the packet, he had a realtor, I think William Ravis Realtor, do price comparisons with a handful of properties located in the area, all similar size, but most of them in significantly much better condition than the subject property. They were all properties that were sold just after the valuation period, which, I don't know, we're going to use them or we're not going to use them, but I think we can argue that those numbers have gone up maybe since the reval year. So if anything, they do cut in favor of the appellant. He said that, the property is a virtual tear down. He said it was his childhood home. He got married, moved away, etc. In the throes of a divorce, he ended up moving back into the property, and that's as it sits now. It's never had improvements or anything, so it really is in the same state, maybe worse condition, but the same, essential state as when he was raised in it. So it's an older home. Anyway, that's kind of it. You guys go through the comps and tell me what you think of them in terms of the that sort of sales comparison.
Let's see. Hold on a second.
I can't get the.
I gotta turn it. Keep turning.
Oh.
787 naps. Mm. 81 naps. Actually, these are pretty good comps.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, it's hard to find houses, you know, at this in Fairfield, you know, around the he's requesting 300, but it's hard to find a lot of houses
Yeah, and they're
at that price point.
all in that
So, you know,
somewhat.
it's not a big house. It's under 1,000 square feet. And most of the comps are right in that wheelhouse. In fact, some of them are a little over, a little under, but I don't know. What do you guys think? I feel like they're all in the neighborhood, right? In terms of location.
Well, Webster's probably not. Webster's not really, but Andrassy and Naps
Yeah.
are.
And Rakoczy then, right? Because isn't that right next to Andrassy, or however you say that?
What's that?
Is it the number 4? His fourth comp is
the
right in
number-
that neighborhood too, right?
Fourth one too.
Yeah.
Rakoczy, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're all like similar style. And so let's see. All right, 249, 9 on Rakoczy. Some people say Rakoczy.
Depends on if you're Hungarian or not.
No, I want to make a note that these comps are in 21. They would have been a lot less in 20.
That's what I thought. I thought that I
Yeah.
know that they're not in the valuation period, but I know that prices continue to climb through 21. So it does cut in his favor of what they would have been worth a year earlier.
Hey, I'm off that page. I looked at MLS for something. Is this a
Yeah.
2-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
His house?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, let me scroll back up. His is a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 988 square feet.
Okay, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 908 square feet. And let's see. Okay. All righty.
So he's asking to go to what, 300, which is lower than his land value, right? So what is he,
Yeah.
a quarter of an acre? So what are I always have a tough time taking them below their land value unless the land value is really wrong on that street. So if there's any tear downs in there that you guys know of on those streets, it might be good to see, as opposed to another ranch, but just what the land is worth.
I agree regarding the land. He didn't have much complaint about it. He didn't say anything about, unusable or anything like that. So,
All right, let's see, because there are.
Right, because there's a lot, Brookdale, some of those streets have tear downs going on them because it's just west of High Street. So it's it's pretty close to Brookdale, and what are the other ones in there? Jennifer, there's just a lot of stuff going on, Sigwin, Pember, and they're all coming down and big ones are going up. So I'd have a tough time taking them below his land value. Let's try to see if there's anything
I
like
just
next
assumed
door.
that the land value was done correctly, and it wasn't. It couldn't have been.
This is Kathleen. That's what I'm asking. What are tear downs going for on the streets around there? Like, what are they paying for a lot, right?
yeah.
That's my question.
Oh.
Looking like 45, I can't tell. Yeah, there's some bigger houses on that street. Just looking at the GIS, I don't know if any of them are tear downs. Let's see, across the street, there's a couple.
Yeah, I think there's more tear downs on the other side of High Street over in the Holy Family area. I mean, here's a new construction on Castle Avenue, and that tear down went for 211 just recently. Let me just see.
I'm thinking more like, Sigwin, Jennifer, the new construction ones that are going up there.
I
So
don't
small.
not a lot of tear downs right now, I don't think, on those streets that I recall. What do you think, Paulette and Julie? Judy, do you remember any
No.
recent tear downs on those streets? There's more on the other side of High Street.
You don't see too many tear downs now.
More flips.
Right,
Yeah.
because the
Sorry,
prices are.
Carol, you're on there too, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I had computer problems. There's more flips than tear downs.
Here's an interesting house on 672 High Street. And what I did was a quarter-mile radius of 22 Millendale. That came off on a quarter-mile radius. And that closed on November 23rd of 2020 at 250. A 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, 768 square feet. You can go ahead and say, all right, well, you got to give them extra money for that extra square footage in the extra bedroom. But, you know, that one is pretty telling. And actually, I remember that house. I remember it. And interesting.
And his is a 3-bedroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Rosedale, right? That's one street over. There's a couple capes that sold in there. They're bigger though. One for 536 in January of 2021.
Here's
That's-
one
yeah.
on June 30th of 2020 on Hunyadi Avenue. It closed at 255 and it was almost 1,700 square feet.
Okay. I mean,
These are all within a quarter mile, okay? So, and Hunyadi, Rakosi, you know, those streets, Andrassy are all right there. Here's Jennings Road, 265,000.
so it's safe to say, this is Katie, it's safe to say that a building lot would go for under 300 over there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, can you tell me that, would you buy a house over there for $900,000? All right, well, there you go. Right.
Yep.
So
That's
just
right by,
I
by
was
Holland
I'm
Hill.
curious if Matt knows his stuff. Did he provide he did do a market value. Okay, so he did his own market value. It came
Yeah.
with 300.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where it's coming from. The last
All right,
page.
so are we ready to vote?
You know, just let me, how big is this property? Quarter acre?
Quarter 8.24.
All right. Okay, I'm ready to vote. I just wanted to check that before I said anything. Okay.
Why, what were you gonna say?
Well, because we're talking about a building lot, and I just want to clarify that just because there's a house on it, doesn't mean it's a building lot. If you tear down the house and it doesn't have the right size, the right
Got it.
frontage, the right configuration, it may not be a building lot without a great deal of difficulty, if at all. So before we classify something as a building lot, I want to make sure, as close as I could be sure, that now the amount of property there, I'm going to guess, because I'm not going to look up the whole thing right now, that based on the size of the property, it probably is a building lot. I just wanted to make sure.
And it's a couple houses from Holland Hill, right? That's how you walk to Holland Hill School. It's on the street, like 3 or 4 houses from the school. So, I just think it's
Yeah, one of those streets goes into it. I don't remember which one. I think even, doesn't Jennifer go?
Villendale,
I don't know. I don't remember.
Villendale, Jennifer.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor of granting the appeal to the appellate's requested value of $300,000, please raise your hand. That's 4. I can't see Kathleen. Let me scroll back. Maybe I can see her.
I'm opposed.
Okay. I can see now. Oh, wait a minute. Kathleen, was your hand up?
I'm opposed. Sorry.
You're opposed. Okay,
Can
so
you-
it's, yep, I got it. I see Carol's. Okay, so it's what? How many people are here? 6. So it's 5.
Six.
The motion passes 5-1 with Kathleen opposed.
We have an even number. You're good with that?
I'm sorry, what?
We have an even number of people here. You're okay. I know you didn't want to meet when we had an even
I know, I
number.
don't like it, but we're running out of time, so I don't really have a choice. And I can't be
Okay.
sure that
Peter,
we don't-
isn't Peter coming at
he's
5:30?
coming in like
Yeah.
10.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't like it because of the tie factor, but we're running out of time, so now I have no reason why I have no visual. Okay, Katie, I think
Yes.
you're still with
So-
number 19 is
This
next.
is appeal number 119. I make a motion to grant the requested value of $925,420.
Second.
Okay, so appeal number 119, the property address is 543 Old Post Road. The owners, David and Rachel Kent, presented. They purchased the house in October of 21 and they paid $1 million for it. The town has the valuation at 1.236. It was listed in August of 21 at 1.3. They ended up lowering it. The homeowners lowered it to 1.1 at some point. You guys could probably see exactly when that happened. And then these two people came in and made an offer at $1 million and they accepted. And so that's how they got to where they are. They provided some comps of similar antique properties. You guys can tell me what you think about that. They said they've really made no real improvements. And that's essentially the genesis of the case.
So, yeah, this is in that little triangle. You know, I remember when I had the one on the corner on Beach Road on the market. This one was also on the market, and Tony Habit's old house with the columns, that was on the market forever. That was on the market at the same time. And this one has had a history of selling and then reselling, and it's always taken a long time to move. If you look at the house, it's so bizarre. If you look at the house, it looks like it's concaving in the front. It's really, really shifted. It's a true antique, but it's definitely not holding up as well as the one on the corner, or as well as most of those houses on the Old Post Road. It's I am surprised that an inspector hasn't found serious structural issues with the house, because it really, you can see it to the naked eye. It's like concave in the front. It's just my thoughts. But
And they did supply.
Something quick to note, Katie, before you go on, and I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
You had said their opinion of fair market value was 925 even. I'm looking at it, it says 925, 420. Did they
420.
change? I
No,
didn't hear that when you said it.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, 925, 420.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And I think they come up with that. They pulled as many antique properties as they could find that had sales, you know, in the base period. So I know some of them aren't going to be in the neighborhood, et cetera, but because the designation, I guess, of the house, they did the best they could there.
did they include any listing sheets from them? Or is
It says there's an appraisal.
there is?
Yeah,
Well,
but
that's what it says, reflect the most recent appraisal value of the home.
Oh,
Unless they're just, maybe
I
they're
think-
just referring to the town's appraisal.
I
Okay.
think no, this looks like an appraisal
Oh, there's
here.
an appraisal
There it
on
is,
here.
yeah. One.
let me see.
Yeah.
Go all
This scan is a little weird, but
This wasn't the house that has the burn marks on the floor from the British, is it?
No.
I wish.
I'm serious. There's one.
no, I
like-
know. Where the like lady threw it out. Didn't it drop in the house and then she
Yeah.
threw it with
Yep.
her apron out the window?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's still
That's
burn
on
on the
beach.
floor.
Well, this looks like more of a broker's opinion than an appraisal, but
No,
Yeah.
Uniform appraisal report.
Does it?
Yeah, they have the appraisal. I'm assuming it was for the purchase, right? Because
Yeah, but
oh,
it doesn't say, I don't think this is an official appraisal. It doesn't say that who prepared it even.
it said Patty at the top.
Yeah,
I
I
have-
saw it.
I have
Does?
Neil Enhofer.
Oh,
Yeah, Bowie Moore.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
oh,
He's-
okay.
Where do you see that? I didn't even see that.
I know.
There's like 130 pages.
24. Neil Enhofer, Bowie Moore.
Here he is. Yep. Neil Enhofer, Bullymore. Yep.
Yeah, I don't like him.
Wow, there's a lot of documents here. Holy crap.
Eileen.
He's He's not done a good job for me in the past.
Be a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that I would discount the appraisal. I'm just saying that he's a difficult.
yeah. Okay, here we go. Wow, this is a different form.
I'm just trying to see the side by side 3 comparison,
I
but
know, I'm trying to get to it.
I
too.
mean, oh, tell me what page if you see it.
Oh, here, what, hang on, I have it. Wait 1 second. You mean what properties he's pulled?
Just the
Oh,
it's
here we
called
go.
a 3 by 3 comparison.
It starts on page 19, and I believe it's on page 20.
Of the PDF or page 20 of the report?
PDF, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Okay.
PDF.
330 Winton.
I didn't think his comps were that great, but
Well, he's got to use antiques.
Just to use
That's
antiques.
the problem.
Yeah, I
2030,
mean,
not an antique, right? That's the color built in the 50s or something. Unless I've got the wrong house. But there's a picture of a house in Winton Park, but that's
Yeah, it's not old. Winton Park House is only 41 years old.
that's
I don't know why I
bizarre.
used that.
Winton, oh.
And the 544 was not old either.
Huh.
Well, let's see now.
Well, Uncle was almost 100. I mean, the subject house is 230 years old. So
I'm not gonna find.
he did find one on Hillside,
Yeah.
281 years old.
Yeah, let's see what
Mm.
sales for that. Yeah.
Which one that is? 939 Hillside.
Condition. Hmm.
Was this a bankruptcy? Is that what we're saying? Was it the
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna look at the date, right? Because they just bought it. So I'm going to say this was yes, because at the time the owner was the Seaborns. So yes, this was going to be a bank appraisal.
and the appraised amount is what's on the cover sheet?
The
Like, is
appraised
that
amount
what
said 1 million.
1 million, yeah.
The
Is it
appraisal
the-
said 1 million.
Is it only the 3 comps?
Well, when you scroll down to page 31 of the PDF, there's like a whole nother set of comps.
Oh, okay.
Hemlock, Toilsome Hill, but again, they're not older. There's one on Dunham Road. It's 204 years old.
Yeah, where did those
But the
go?
six are all newer, right? Because it was for the mortgage, it wasn't for the appraisal. So whatever the guy came up with, you probably want to date it back, right, to October 1, 2020, right, for the appraisal. So, I mean, I think he's probably in line. I don't think we could do 540 just because you can't set it to that number. Because, you know, in Vision, it has to be rounded off, but, you know, I think the number's pretty good, considering he paid $1 million, but it was a year later.
Yeah.
So the asking for 9 something, I think, you know.
925, 420.
If you look in the field card, it was adjusted by the BAA almost 200,000 back in, I mean, that was a while ago in 2010 or 12 or something. So it's obviously kind of been, it probably was over in the past and the override, you know, was overridden and bounced back up. So probably, it's probably about right.
Does anybody have any more discussion or questions? Or are we ready to vote?
Well, this is an interesting one.
Okay, sounds like we're ready to vote.
Yeah.
All those in favor of granting the PL to the excuse me, requested value of 925,420, please raise your hand. Wow, looks like it's unanimous. Judy, is your hand up? I can't see it.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so it's the motion passes unanimously. Appeal is granted. Next,
Okay.
39.
Is appeal number 39. I'll make a motion that we grant the requested value of $500,335.
Second,
Appeal 39 is property address 1506 Burr Street. Elliot Langerman was the owner. Town has the value at $731,700. Again, the appellant is requesting to be reduced to $500,000. You'll see in the sort of the paperwork he provided, he has a large amount of wetlands on the property. He said it's close to 85 or 90% of his property is sort of in that non-usable area, and that there, according to him, there is no adjustment present on his field card.
Excuse me, this is Kathy. Peter just showed up.
Okay.
Just started number 39, Peter.
Okay.
You want to start
Guys,
again
this
so we
is
can
that,
hear
this is
everything?
right in that same area that we talked about with
Kathy Van
house.
or
Right
Hoots.
on the corner of Elvira, on the south corner of Elvira and
Yeah. I'm gonna check his field card. I don't know. I don't know if the field card was in his packet. Whether there's nothing acknowledged.
Let's
According to
see.
him, there's no
No,
adjustment.
It looks like there's a 90% adjustment.
Okay. Because his math, I believe what he wants to do is, because he's saying 85% of the property is affected, he wants to take an 85% reduction.
does anybody remember what we gave Van Torenhout on that? We go to 85 or
I
80?
just have to say something. I'm looking at this map. That does not look like it's 85% wet.
I have to agree. It doesn't look like it's 85% wet.
No, I don't see that.
Maybe
I
he
just
means
have to
wet
mention it.
with the setbacks. I don't.
He
Yeah.
probably means
I think he might be adding a setback. Okay.
Yeah, he said there's an 83-foot setback.
because it's property.
Wait, but you're saying the field card, the field card has acknowledgement and a reduction already?
I do see 90%, and it's similar. It says the words Parkway, but remember we found out that it may also include wetlands. Maybe they don't have enough room to put everything. So it's taken into account possibly the Parkway noise as well as the wetlands. This was like the other one. Gosh,
Yeah.
This is Kathleen, but he has a site index code of 4. If you look at that property, not only does he have a 0.9, but he also has a site index of 4. And a site index it has a value assigned to it, but it really reduces the land. So if you look at his land value, it's only 260. And if you look at the other ones around it, their land value is much higher, and they have 0.9s, but their land's higher because they don't have that site index of 4. The site index also affects value. So his land is really tough.
Usually it's the reverse. His land is less than his house, which was very unusual.
Yeah, the neighbor's land is all in the 350,000, and his land's what, 260 or something?
Yeah.
So
260.
Wet and all that stuff. I don't think anything's wrong with his land. If he, I don't think he can go much lower than 260 for that lot. So if he has like sales or something that are supporting, a market value on,
Let me
but
just
if it's
make
just,
sure.
he's got plenty of land reduction on that property.
What's the highest number the site index goes to?
I've never seen any, and I think it's a scale of 1 to 9. The table's on the reval table. We tend to see 4, 5, and 6 is what we see most often. 5 is standard, so there's no adjustment when you see a 5. If you see a 4, it's going to bring it lower. Usually it's used for an entire street, or an area. It's usually not put on your house. So this might even be a mistake on his cards, unless there's a few other 4s around there. Or sometimes what happened is they went back and they coded the individual properties as 0.9 and removed the indexes and put them all back to 5. And this one, they missed it. I know that Ross is trying to get away from site index codes and use condition factors on an individual property, and then using the location adjustment, which is over to the right on the card, to talk about nicer neighborhoods. So you'll see like Winton Park now has a WTP under location adjustment, or in the beach area, right, Roland Road, they're BP 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's like taking it's not like a sub neighborhood, but it groups properties whose land values tend to be similar, either but higher or lower than what's in the area. So
When did that change?
So I just looked at the other appeal that we did. That was Kathy and Doug Van Thorn Hoots. Is that how you pronounce
Van
it?
Thorn.
they're a 5. They have a
How-
5.
And
And
they
they're-
they had a 90% reduction, but they were a 5. They
Mhm.
did not have the site as a 4. We did grant
Right, so they're-
theirs under the understanding that, well, they used to have it, they used to get the reduction. And so we granted them back to where they used to have it. It was approved before, but 20% of their property was encumbered by wetlands and wetland setbacks.
Are we saying
other
that this
part.
appeal, that we're acknowledging this appeal is already sort of, the town has already made an adjustment?
No, a neighbor.
No, but I'm saying on my appeal here, on the field
Oh.
card, the town has already made an adjustment for the condition.
Yeah, they have. So was mine.
Yeah.
But we made it,
Okay.
we made it greater because it was greater before. But his
Fair
has
enough.
4 on it too, whereas my
Right.
appeal did not have the 4, and their land was appraised at 351.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like there's enough here, in terms of evidence to make
There's
me,
no sales, right?
Yeah,
There's no
there's-
sales.
no, there's no comps and there's no indication that something had been one way on the card and has now been reverted. It appears that the town has made an adjustment for the property precepts. I don't know. I think 260 for the lot is a decent adjustment. Am I wrong on that, you think?
I just wonder where he's coming up with that 80%.
Yeah.
I don't
Probably
think any of
counting
us
the
are
truck-
He's
seeing
coming
that.
up with that with his usable land, which is why he's coming up with that same
Yes.
percentage.
He's saying he has wetlands plus a setback, taking up 85% of the property. And one thing
Yeah.
to remember, and I'm not saying that he's right or wrong, I'm just pointing out that he only has 1.2 acres in a 2-acre zone. So he's
Yeah.
That's true, yeah,
less land that he needs to
yeah.
be compliant. Not saying that he wouldn't get a variance, maybe, but he's starting with a smaller piece of property than he should have. Now he's got like 80% of it is encumbered by these issues. He's got very little usable land, though $230,000 is low for the land in Greenfield Hill. But I just wonder, like, market value of that land, if somebody were going to buy that, what would they do with it without a big problem? I don't know. So I kind of have mixed feelings about it, but
I
see
know.
where it's coming
I
from.
know how I would feel, right, if it were my property.
Right. Yeah.
But I just feel like I don't know that he's met his burden of proof here.
So if his land is only 200 and something thousand, what's his
Yeah.
house worth?
470.
Oh my God, with these freaking things in there wrong. I'm tired of getting a headache turning up.
I
How did
know.
he come up with how did he come up with the 500,000?
Yeah.
I think he took the total value of land. I mean, he did like a straight line. He wanted his land to be worth 15% of the total because 85% of it was not usable.
Oh.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, what's
Yeah,
the size
this
of
is
it? I mean, just for comparison, his house seems a lot. I mean, I'm looking at Kathy and Doug Van Thorn Hoots, and their dwelling is appraised at 337. What's the size? I have this card open. Can someone tell me what the square footage of his house is?
On Langerman's house, 1506 is 2,984 square feet.
29.
It's built in
29.
46,
So almost 3,000 square feet.
right?
And
Okay.
what's Kathy's?
I'm looking. Why can't I
This is
find it
more
on
than
here?
House.
Kathy's is 3,300.
And her house is less than his?
More.
Yeah,
More.
Oh,
I didn't
you-
less. No, less.
I
Less.
thought you meant
Okay.
square.
Her house is appraised at 337. Sounds
Well,
like his house is more out of whack than his land.
Yeah, but he didn't come
You guys-
forward with any of that
Wasn't
information.
his claim.
No.
Yeah, he bought the house in September of 2020 for $782,000, unless the field card's wrong, right? 1506 Burr. If you
Oh,
look
yeah,
on
I
the card, it's
meant-
304, closed
Yeah.
September 29, 2020.
And
So I
the
don't,
town, so the town has it even under that. So I think we should get ready to vote here.
it
Town
was-
has it at 731. He paid 782 in the valuation period. I feel there's a reduction already made for the land. He didn't talk about the the home value and bring in any comps or anything like that. So I don't know that there's much we can do here.
Okay.
All right.
All those in favor of granting the appeal to the appellate's requested value, please raise your hand. Opposed? All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. I think it's everybody. Am I right?
Yeah, I think we're doing this too soon. I would give him a grant in part. I wouldn't just oppose it. I wouldn't just approve it. I'd give him a grant in part.
Based on what?
Well, because we've got issues with the way things are valued. If
Okay.
his house is probably overvalued, I think the 500 that he's asking for is not enough. But the 731, I think, is too high. So
Didn't bring any evidence for that.
what?
He didn't bring any evidence for that. He's not even asking for that. So why are we?
He talked about his usable land. So I think there's some, I think there's some issues there, and I think he deserves a little bit of relief rather, so it's just a thought of mine. You guys do what you want, but if we're not going to grant in part, I'm not going to vote against it. I'm just going to abstain.
Okay.
Judy, do you want to make a motion to grant in part?
I need a discussion for a dollar amount that people were happy with.
Okay, then let me ask it this way. Is anyone in favor of a grant in part? I'm not seeing any hands.
I am.
Okay, hey, Jude. Besides Judy, I'm not seeing any hands. Yeah, oh, now I can see nothing. Okay. I actually would consider a grant in part, but that's not enough. So that's 2 against the rest. That's 4. So that won't go. So I guess we're gonna just vote.
Wait
And
a minute, Carol, weren't you going to vote to approve it?
Yeah, I'm voting to approve it just because of I feel like we did this with Kathy.
right, so let me.
Oh, if you were voting to approve it, would you vote to grant in part if you know the approval is not going to go through?
Yeah, but I don't feel like being the one to come up with a number.
Well, let's look at it this way. If 3 of us are in favor of granting in part and 3 are not, then the motion would fail because of a tie. So before we go through unless nobody else is interested, before we go through that process of picking a number, am I correct in my thinking?
Can I just add, I know Kathleen touched on this briefly, but I am still confused on that 4 versus 5. If, did we say that Van Tornhout's property was a 5
Yes.
and this subject property is a 4? And
Yeah.
which is, what's the difference between those two?
Gosh. This was new information to me that Kathleen mentioned today. I don't know.
Kathleen, can you explain that?
Say that again. What was your question?
So
The site index you're talking
the
about?
property on the field card is, what is that column that you said Ross is trying to
Yeah.
get? Is
Well,
a-
yeah, the site index part. And anytime I looked, a lot of the houses on that upper section of Burr Street have a 4 on their site index code. So
Yeah.
it's not them, it was probably anything on Upper Burr, you know, because they're close to the Merritt or whatever, so that they were grouped together and given a 4, which brings their site indexes are very strong. They change the value by a lot. So in this case, it took 100,000, right? If you took that back to a 5, its land probably would have been similar with a 0.9 to anybody else who had, an acre in that area. But I still think we have to look at, you have to look at the total value of the property first, and that's what we're really trying to get to, the market value, which is what you paid for it.
And so a site index of 4 is a greater reduction on the value.
It's so stupid. It should just
Yeah.
have condition. I mean, it's like ridiculous, all these different variables. But, I personally just think his land is okay. I think it's his house that's out of whack. I really do.
The whole total value, you think the total value is too high?
Well, I'm just comparing it to my appeal, and what I'm looking at. I mean, that's why
I
it's
still think we have to look at the
$100,000 more for
Yeah,
a smaller lot.
but he paid
Let me see.
7 whatever for this, right? I mean, we're looking at sales.
I mean, we know that, but we continue to vary from that when we see inequities. So,
The only problem I have with that is that, actually, to tell you the truth, I believe the land should be even less based on what you can do and can't do with it. I look at it, I guess I did too much new construction. I look at it from, okay, waste of time. Nobody's going to deal with it because it's too restricted. But,
yeah,
So
I mean, I do
I would go for
appreciate
lower
the
price.
fact that you are right. It is only an acre. I mean, look,
but here's
The
the
house
thing,
on it.
to grant it, but
But-
here's the thing about the house, though. I can't look at the house because, first of all, he didn't ask for it, but knowing that it's wrong, I would want to look at it. The problem is that we don't have any pictures of the house. We don't know any of the condition of the house or any other house that we could use for a comp. So unfortunately, in my mind, because he came asking about the land and shows us nothing about the house, I would have trouble going after the house right now and trying to adjust it. That's my own thing.
yeah. Be interesting to see what an appraisal would be, because the
Yes.
appraisal would use sales.
And it
I
would have
think the problem,
a house
some
too.
of these properties, the notes say highway, and they probably should say highway wetlands, right? That's what happened
Yeah, they
last
should.
night with
Yep.
Ross. The notes are, someone typed that in. So somebody probably just went along there and typed 0.9 highway, when in fact they probably should have put highway wetlands. And then, then the notation on the card would be right. So instead he's thinking he's only got a deduction for the highway, when in fact he's, if you took the 0.9 and you took the 4 to a 5, he's got a lot of reduction on his land. He just doesn't see that because he's just reading the notes. So.
And I can understand why he sees it, because it's not there saying the same thing.
Well, can we make a request that the assessor's office update the card to accurately reflect that a reduction has been taken for the condition?
In the
Yeah,
wetlands,
the notes are,
Yeah.
I think type in what I want into the notes. They could put highway
Yeah,
wet.
I think
Yeah.
Some of
that would help.
lot.
Kathleen, did you say that all the neighboring properties had that 4 there as well?
There's a few of, the ones, I clicked on the ones in on Burst, John Branley's across the street is really wet. And that's a 2 acre, right? The one that John Branley sold, that one's like sopping wet. We got that one a couple of years ago. I don't know if that's a 4, but the 3 or 4 on that side of Burr Street that are on Burr, not on Elvira, they are, or they have a site index of 4. I didn't look how far down the street, but that 4 is on, his neighbors have it too, probably, but he's also got the 0.9. That some of them don't have the 0.9 and the 4.
But those other ones don't have that. I mean, here, if the 0.4 is at the 4 site index is prevalent in some of the other properties, as you're mentioning, then, he's getting a little something, but he's not any different than anybody else, but he does have that wet and he has that setback and he has a smaller lot. Maybe we should change the condition factor from 0.990 to something less.
That's a good point.
Does that make sense to everybody?
That makes sense. I like that.
Some of the neighbors that have a 4 don't have the 0.9.
Yeah, because they don't have the wetlands and the setback and a small lot.
Right, so his 0.9 is probably for being wet, and it's just marked highway, and because the site index should be marked highway. That's probably why he's got the 4, is because it's a busy, it's up close to the Merritt. And the 0.9 probably on all those cards should say wetlands instead of saying highway. So they already have it for the highway with the 4.
But what about setback and what about small lot?
What did we do with Van Torn House? Are they 0.9?
We, as far as I remember, we just gave them the value reduction that they used to have. I have to go back to my notes. We didn't, we kept playing around with that stuff. And I think in the end, we just said, we're going to do it again the way it was done last time. So we gave them the amount that they requested.
Yeah. We were in the middle of a vote, right? So are we are we not continuing with the vote?
I think we're stopping because it was, I don't think everybody, I don't know, like people didn't vote. Then they said they wanted to maybe make a motion to grant in part. So I think we're kind of stalled. So we have to finish. So, all right, let me ask you this then. We just talked about maybe we should change the value to 0.85 or something. Judy, you don't want to nobody wants to pick a dollar value. I get it. But I actually, when you listen to somebody say it, look, it's 0.90, but he's got a small lot, a wet lot, it's those setbacks, and he's got the highway. So when you look at all those three things, does 0.9, which is a 10% reduction, does that seem enough? I'm not so sure. If I had all those things on my property, I would think I would want more. And I think we're looking at the price of the land and saying, oh my God, but the lot looks so cheap. But he's got a lot of issues.
It's also got that 4, which we don't really know a value for, unlike the condition one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and also his house has an appraised value that's 118,400 higher than the Van Torn house. And the Van Torn house is bigger.
I know, that's why I'm tripping up over the whole house thing.
But he
I
did
get that, but
We
again,
also don't see permits either, so who knows that he hasn't, he's got no permitted work, so it's probably much older. There's nothing on the field card.
But then again,
But the
as I pointed out,
total
he paid
total value of the property. That's really all we're supposed to be doing, is looking at the total value. Is the total value reflective of market value? That's our job. And when we get in the weeds on the cards, we get distracted sometimes looking at all the coding. So if the market value is good, then they don't have a case if we think if the price is good and there's sales data to support it. When it's not, then we start to look at why is that. But in this case, one, he didn't give us any sales data, and two, he is the sales data. So I just don't think there's any reason to start looking at the wetlands on his property. If we want it noted so he feels better that it's, that it's acknowledged, but it's acknowledged in the coding. At the end of the day, it's it's the market value of the house, and he bought it right in the reval period. And it's a qualified sale. So I just, we could do this for weeks on end to everybody's property, but at the end of the day, that's kind of not our job.
I agree.
if he didn't buy it during the reval period, I'd fight harder to say that we need to do something. But he is his own comp. I don't like it. I think we should lower it, but I don't see the compelling reason that we can based on his evidence.
Right.
Say that, because I would really like to see the guy do better. Because I think the property's basically worthless.
Yes, because we have lowered people who are their own comp during the reval period, but they've also given us plenty of other supporting comps to lower it. And in this case, he hasn't really given us that.
Yeah, I agree. I hate to agree with that, but I do.
Yeah.
All right, let's try voting again unless anybody else has any suggestions, discussion, motions. No hands are up. Okay. So again, all those in favor of granting the appeal to the appellant's requested value, please raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay where I was.
One. I'm trying to look for everybody else. Just one?
Yep.
All right, so the motion fails. 1 in favor, 5 opposed. And the opposed,
And you
everybody,
got one abstention. I'm still
oh,
abstaining.
I'm sorry, let me go back. The motion fails. 4 opposed, 1 in favor, 1 abstained. Judy abstained. And
Peter's present too. There's 7 people present.
oh, 7 now. Also, I had it right the first time.
Uh-huh.
Peter opposed, I believe. So it's 5 opposed, 1 in favor, 1 abstained. Judy abstained. Carol was in favor. Everybody else is opposed. So the motion failed.
Yes.
Okay, got it right that time. Okay, go ahead, Katie.
Okay, so this is appeal number 88. I make a motion that we grant to the requested value of $477,670.
Second.
Okay, appeal 88 is property address 1069 Hulls Pike. The property owner is Carrick Kenny. And this appeal is kind of tied to appeal number 89, which is the property across the street. They bought this property during, well, I'll tell you exactly when they bought it. They bought this property in February of 19. And it had been operating since something like 2003 as a flower farm. And it had been given that status, both the farm across the street and the residence. The residence had kind of like some hybrid designation where like portion of the property was considered farm, but the entire thing across the street was considered farm. So
This is Kathy. Excuse the interruption, but
Yeah.
it looks like Ross did join. So I don't know if he's in the meeting or
It's
are
fine.
you here, Ross?
I thought he was more available tomorrow night, but that's fine. He joined, so that's okay.
But I don't know if I see his name, but I don't hear him.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Paulette, I thought you asked me to join tonight.
Oh, I thought you said you were available tomorrow night.
Well, I did, but
Oh, okay. Well, all right, let's do this one and then we'll see if there was stuff from last night that we needed Ross for.
Okay.
Okay, thanks,
So
Ross.
this appeal, we'll just deal with this one right now. This is the house and what used to be sort of the hybrid designation as farmland. And so he is operating it as it once was, and he's sort of upped the ante a little bit by bringing in, he's doing more there. Right now he's selling pussy willows as like the flower that's in season, but I think he has animals there and he's looking to continue and to develop and grow the business. The way he explains it, he came from Tennessee where there was no personal property, so he did not ever have to fill out sort of those forms before. And his feeling is that this was denied. So he applied for the designation that the previous owner held as farmland, and it was denied. There wasn't much explanation. I think that might be in the packet. It was just said basically his alternative was to appeal to us as this board. And so the best he could figure was that he had not completed the personal property declaration in a timely manner, or maybe even at all. I don't know. And so I think he did. I might be confusing 2 cases. It might be another case where I had someone file it and then I sent it to all of you. So it might be something else. But at any rate, he's basically asking to be designated, considering he's using the property the same way it had been used in years past and then some. He's continuing to develop the business. And that's essentially it. It's tied very closely to appeal number 89. I don't know if we want to do them together or not, but
Yeah, Peter has that one. We can hear his right after yours or together.
yeah. So at any rate, he's operating as a farm. He wants the property classified as a farm as it was before he purchased. He said he filled out everything he filled out was exact as the previous owner handed him and said this is how she had been doing it. He filed it exactly the way she had, and it was denied. Again, he did forget the personal property portion. But at any rate, that's the request there. Basically, he's doing exactly what she had done as a business and then some.
Okay. This is the property with the house on it, right?
This is this appeal number 88 is the property that is part farm, part residential. So he's really just looking to be at her level or her designation, whatever that percentage works out to be. It's sort of the hybrid on this one and the whole thing on the other.
Well, he does have animals there because I was there.
Good.
He's got a barn, he's got animals, so I can see that part of it. I also saw the other side of the street, but we'll get into that when Peter does his. So, Ross, are you familiar with this property as long as you're here?
A bit.
Okay. So he thinks he was denied because he didn't do his personal property, which it looks like he has now done. It looks like it was received in September of 2021. So do you happen to know if there's any other reason why it was denied?
If I remember correctly, the only thing that he submitted was the application, no supporting documents whatsoever. Might have had a map.
Okay, there's a bunch of documents here, so I just want to clarify what he would have had to supply. If it's
Oops, sorry about that.
okay, he's got application to the assessor. There's a couple of pages of that. PA 490 supplemental information, a map. Let's see. Then there was a declaration of personal property from 2021. That's all there. State of Connecticut Department of Agriculture, two pages of that.
What is
And then
that?
Form OS-114.
What's it dated?
Which one? What dated? All of
The
them?
Department of Agricultural form.
Okay, let me see. Department of Agricultural forms. There's two. These are dated. Department of Agricultural forms. 2/17/20.
2/17/20?
What, 22 or 21?
No, his agricultural forms say these. I don't know if there were others. How often do you have to do this? You just have to do that once? Or do you have to do it every year?
That I don't know. I don't know how often they have to renew that.
Because this one says 2/17/22 at the bottom of the page, both pages, for that. So, and then the other form, this form OS-114, that's a taxpayers, that's for taxes, and that was dated. That's October. I'm sorry, that's September 20.
Out of curiosity, is anyone in the personal property? I just want to, what is he declaring for personal property?
Well, wait,
Tools,
wait a
tools,
minute.
machinery,
I mean, if
supplies.
I'm just curious, like, if we're accepting his business as a farm with his personal property being declared, seems
Declaration of personal property.
counterintuitive that we wouldn't also be saying that his property is the farm.
Right.
I don't believe we have a declaration from him for 21.
Oh,
It's here.
I'm looking
Well,
at it.
It's after the fact in the file.
Yeah, I think it may have been after the fact, but
Oh,
Yeah.
We don't have him prepared to be billed.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well,
Does he
Now we have
does he show anything to support any sales?
let me
he had
see.
somewhere, there was an income declaration.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff in here. Let's see.
I feel like I saw that somewhere. It was higher up.
And of course, under oath, he testified that he was continuing the flower farm and selling Pussy Willows.
Okay, here, butternut farm. There's a huge spreadsheet. Again,
Yeah.
I'm turning my head versus just transposing it. Is this from her or is this his? I wonder. See,
This says
It's his.
It's his. It's got a 21/22 date on it. It's his.
okay. I mean, I can't even read it. It's too blurry for me. It says April 12, what? April, I can't read the dates.
It's
2020.
21, April 12th, 2021.
2. The seed
2022.
sowing.
Yeah, seed
The seed
sowing.
sowing schedule.
Yeah.
Okay.
22.
It says
That's his seed sowing schedule.
Okay, okay, so that's not his income.
April to October.
I just saw a spreadsheet and thought maybe there was some
Yeah.
sales on there.
Right.
Let's see, there's some other page. I can't see what that is. Let me see. There's another page that says soil analysis report. Okay.
Yeah. Sales and use, here's a sales and use return.
Oh, okay. Where's that one?
That's number 20.
Page 20.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
the general, says gross receipts from sales, 2,200.
Year was that?
November 2021.
So that's after your revaluation
After
date.
the evaluation period. Yep. Oh. Okay, so off the top of my head, I don't remember what the required forms were to be filled out.
Well,
Can you
is-
go through the flyer from a farm to give them farm status again?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, Ross, can you say again what it is you require when somebody wants to have farm status? I know they have to show that they're operating a business, right? It doesn't have to be profitable, but there's a few things you require.
Right. So the general sense of it is I'm looking for a bona fide business, that they're operating as a business and not, you know, growing it for themselves, giving it away, or, you know, minor sales that are really more of a gentleman farm type of setup. So Schedule F, which is the farm form in your tax return. I believe it's Schedule C if it's filed, you know, not as a farm, but under a business, just under a regular business return. It's the supplemental form I think somebody mentioned is in the file, so that lists a lot of the other documents. Usually they'll get a certificate from the state, which it sounds like might have been in there, the OS 114.
Yep, it's there.
Uh-huh.
You know, what they're using as equipment.
Got that. I saw it. Tractor, something else.
Yep.
It may just be that all these documents were not provided when he filled out the form. And now they are.
It says he's selling
And does it show that he was,
vegetables.
Continuing it as a flower farm, he's starting to sell eggs and ornamental grasses. And
right, but was that in place on October 1st of 21?
Let's see.
When did he buy it?
2019.
Oh,
But he didn't know he had to do all this. He thought he just took over from what the other person was doing.
Yeah.
He just, you know, he bought it with the taxes the way they were because it was a farm. He thought that was going to continue. He didn't
No.
know. He's not from around here. He didn't know he had to do all this.
certainly helpful for real estate agents.
Yeah, really.
I'm
Questions to be.
I'm glad I
Don't
know
get
that now.
Yeah,
That
really.
they have
Don't
to
get sued.
reapply.
No.
I don't want to get sued.
Okay, so Ross, those are the papers that you require, right?
Yeah, if you look at that supplemental form, that's the extra documents I request.
What page is that?
I
don't
can't
know.
get to
I read
the
it out
website,
once, but no.
unfortunately.
Anybody find where that form that's titled supplemental? I'm looking for it now. Personal property. Here's his personal property stuff. Okay.
Just so I'm clear on something, Ross. If he didn't start operating as a farm, selling and whatnot until the day after the reval, for 5 years he has to pay taxes as if he's not operating a farm until the next reval?
No, you can apply for a farm every year.
So he has and was denied and came to us and basically is saying this is the evidence that I'm operating it as a farm and a business. And why do you keep saying, well, what was he doing during the reval time?
No, I said, what was he doing on October 1st of 21? The grand list date, not the reval date. Because
And
you're
why-
hearing things for October 1st of 21. The only thing that goes back to 2020 is the valuation, not the
Right,
farm
but,
status.
so all the things I'm seeing here that he's filed are, at least this is dated September of 21. So I'm not sure that we have an issue regarding the timing of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just reading his notes. I mean, he says, you know, we raised the horses and chickens. We combined and expanded the flower farm operations. He wrote that in February of 2022. I mean, I can't imagine all this happening within 3 months.
Right.
So he lists like 3 horses here, and the purpose, the farming use. In 2019, he said he turned the compost piles, harrow fields, beds, bed prep, bush hog.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah,
even the application for classification as farmland was received in the office on September 14th. I don't know why we keep talking about October 1st. I didn't think that was, I don't think timing is an issue here.
yeah.
The timing is that it has to be valid as of October 1st of 21 because it's a 21 application.
Right, but if he's filing the application in September of 21, why are we even questioning whether it was operational or valid in October?
Because the documents that you have in the backup weren't provided to me in September.
Correct, but we're not saying whether they were in and he did everything to the letter of the law. We're asking whether or not he was operational at that time, and we have evidence regarding his application for the classification a month before that. So
Okay.
I'm
What
yeah,
appeal
not
number?
88.
88. Okay.
Okay.
He says he purchased it July 30, 2021, not in 19. I purchased 1120 Hulls Highway on July. Is that the different property?
Yeah, that's across the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is
That one he
just that's appeal number 89, which we'll get to. It actually is not one of my appeals, but we can do it maybe right after.
Peters.
Okay. But so let's just sticking with this one. So I mean, I feel like he's met every threshold, right? Like every burden he had to satisfy, I felt that he has. So I'm
I
ready.
agree.
He has now.
His
Yeah.
his state of Connecticut Department of Agricultural application was filed February of 22.
Okay. But again, we're arguing, Ross, it seems like we're arguing whether or not on October 1st he was a valid farm. Did he qualify to be designated as a farm? And I'm saying, considering he filed an application to be classified as such in September and under oath testified that he was operating as such, I believe him. And so if he didn't do his paperwork on something else later, I don't think that's enough of a reason to deny the claim. If there's evidence that he was operating as such in the time frame.
Other than he wasn't approved
Maybe I
by the
agree.
state, right?
One at a time.
He needs, I'm sorry.
Kathleen.
Does he need to be approved by the state? Is that what we're saying? That's why the state wanted, so he didn't meet one of the qualifications, which is to be approved by the state. Is that what we're saying happened in 2022? Right? Because farm classification is a state, just like, I don't know, there's a variety of classifications for lands based on state statute. And this one, he didn't meet that one qualification, even if he was late with his personal property and everything, but the state did not recognize it until 2022. So if, you know,
Where do
I
we
guess
see
that's
that?
the piece. I thought that was Ross was saying, is he got approval from in February of 20.
Horses. Well, see, I'm confused now because this says State of Connecticut Department of Agriculture, but then it says application to the assessor. Is there another application he has to file with the state, Ross?
For what purpose?
Pardon me?
For what purpose? There's not another one for farm status. That's strictly with the assessor's office.
Okay, so he doesn't have to file
He
anything.
he would file to them for a tax exempt certificate for the farm.
Okay, that's different though.
Okay. So let's vote.
Okay, so it is a
That-
different form.
Okay.
And you said you saw income docs?
Personal property declaration. I thought I saw something for taxes. Personal property declaration, another page. Declaration of rents again, it's also that. Applications.
I thought I saw like $2,200 in income or something somewhere.
Let's see, butternut farm. Yeah, we said 2,200 in income. Yep, here it is. Okay, that's that supplemental from that OS 14-114 Connecticut sales tax and use return. Gross receipts of sales 2,208. Amount of tax due. He paid his tax. Okay, so that's there. Now, because now we talked about what Ross requires. Those are things that we talked about that were required by Ross. Again, Ross, I'm sorry to keep asking this. I can't remember it. What does the state require?
And when you say, what does the state require?
Yeah, to find, like, aren't there two things? Like, aren't there certain things he has to meet for the state, but then you ask for additional things?
No.
No.
The farm status lies solely in the assessor's office.
Got it. I didn't
Yeah,
know
that's
that.
why we
Right, it's your-
granted the B lady.
Right. I thought the farm status was your decision to make.
Right.
But I thought that he had to apply for some state things too. You could deny it because you want more forms, but I thought there was something else he had to file with them.
There's nothing that they file with the state concerning local farm status.
Okay.
Interesting.
Does the
There's
state-
There's certifications, but a lot of these are, organizations.
Does the state have, like, when you read that PA 490, whatever it is, does it say in order to be a farm, these are the goals that have to be met? Even though you don't have to apply to the state?
it's not that cut and dry. You'd have to read it to
Okay.
and decipher it. It's just not, meet these 4 criteria and you're a farm.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I understand now the state. Okay. All right. I get it. Okay. So, I think that, is everybody ready to vote?
Mhm.
Any
Yeah.
more questions?
How much of his land, because if we're looking at the card, right, and the farm status was removed, is there any line that's showing pasture? Or, I mean, do we even know how much of the property he's looking for farm status on? How much he's actually operating a farm, right? How would that, if the property is 2 acres, 1.8 acres? I guess we would need the old card to know,
Right.
assuming he's operating the same land, right? Because the whole land line is gone for pasture or whatever that we've seen before.
Well, we don't really know how much of that.
I just wanted to mention one thing on the supplemental information. It says year business started 2021.
Yeah, I saw that.
Copy of the application to the assessor for classification of land as farm, including land use map filed September 2021. We talked about that already. Okay, all right. So we may not be able to, I don't know that we can come out with the value he wants without knowing how much of that land is really being used as a farm.
Right. The issue with the B lady was because the other one next door was the 2 full acres and the argument about bees going everywhere.
Yep. Yeah, that was different. Although the horses can go everywhere too, but that's not the point. So,
I mean, yeah.
all right. So what if we said, okay, if we wanted to approve this, can we do an approval where we say we approve the farm, but somebody has to go out from the assessor's office and look at how much of it is being used and they can determine the value based on that? Because I don't think we can determine the
Well,
value.
look, he has a map on page number 9. He
Page number 9.
shows pasture,
Yeah,
flower
yeah,
beds.
Drawn.
I don't know if it's to scale, but it looks like 3/4 of that land.
Flower beds, pasture.
I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
blue,
he's
right?
pretty-
The
it's
blue
pretty
map.
Okay,
interesting. I mean, it says lawn, patio. I mean, he's
been there, I would say that he's pretty much right. I mean, if I
Yeah.
looked at it, those,
so
all
that
those things he
technically,
said look like that's, I can't see the flowers, but I can see the land, I can see the barn, the animals. So I know all that stuff was there. Not in, you see the house on this small portion. So,
what's this total acreage? 1 something?
I think 1 let me look.
1.84.
almost 2 acres.
1.8. So can we do 75% of 1.84?
Okay.
I think
70
that's 0.75 times 1.84. So that means 1.38 of his acres gets the farm status.
Okay.
Now, I had a chart from mine, which gave us a value
Okay.
that was,
Based on acreage?
it was, but there was lots of different classifications of
Mhm.
of the
But
farming.
wouldn't this just be once we acknowledge that a certain percentage, or in this case, a hard number is farmland, isn't it just a straight line acknowledgement on the field card? Meaning we don't have to set a valuation if we say 1.4 acres is to be considered farmland.
Mhm.
Don't,
There's different types of farmland.
Yeah,
So Russ, you said that if we were to approve this as a farm, then what happens? Like, does somebody go out and check and say, okay, because there's different values and different classifications, this is pasture, this is this, this is this. Does your office do that or no?
We could, but usually we rely on what they've provided.
Okay, all right, so,
But we do check them. I mean, I'm
Okay.
not saying we don't check them, but
all right.
I mean, we
So,
could go
did
back to
you-
the pasture. Pasture F was $280 an acre.
But he's
all
got,
right, so then if
did anybody look at the aerial?
no,
Let's take a look.
oh, compost.
What
plant.
page is that on?
He doesn't have it. We'd have to look it up.
Oh, okay.
On the GIS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the aerial. Yeah, the house is kind of like right in the middle. If you were to just go back and draw a line straight through, the house is like right in the middle. And then
The
the
house is actually in the
right hand-
northeast corner. The barn is more in the center.
You know what? The house, from what I remember seeing, that when I was facing the property, the barn was more to the left. And then the house looked like it was kind of in the middle, just like Colleen said. It
Oh,
didn't,
okay. Barn is the one on the left. Okay.
right? The barn looked to me was more to the left. And then the house looked like it was more centered, maybe slightly moved to the right. I don't know that it was like, maybe I'm being too literal. It didn't look like it was in a northeast corner to me, but then, I don't know.
The driveway comes in on the north side there. So
House
that
right,
makes
right.
sense.
I'm sorry,
House.
left of the driveway.
Yeah.
So if that's the northeast corner, that's fine. I'm just saying I'm not that good with figuring that out.
So I have a question. He filed that he has rescue horses.
That he's going to use
So
for,
is he using this property for the rescue horses?
no,
Yes. That if you drive by that property, that yes, there's been horses on that property for many years.
Because that
what did
wouldn't,
he say about the horses? What does it say? He was using them for farming?
Or manure.
Using the
He used
manure for farming.
manure.
Oh, the manure for the flower beds.
Yep.
Oh, got to get it somewhere.
Well, I just want to make sure I understand the history. So 1120 he owned previously, right? And he just bought 1069.
I think switch
Is
that.
Switch that around.
1069 he bought in 19.
Yeah, he bought the house and then I guess he saw the land across the street, right?
Yeah. And
And so farm was where? Which location was it operating out of before? Out of
Well,
1069 or
both 1120 was exclusively farm and 1069 had the house and then some of the flower and pasture on it as well. Had the
But he
house, the
bought the-
barn and stuff like that.
so was he operating Butternut Farm? Because he didn't own 1120, right?
Correct.
Until this summer. That's what
That's
he
correct.
just bought.
Right.
Bought 1120. So
Yep.
he was operating Butternut Farm out of 1069? No, somebody else was, right? On the
No.
other one. No. I'm confused.
I don't
Where's
think he
this,
started,
like, where,
I don't think he started operating the farm until September of 21.
Yeah,
According
'cause
to the
that's
document.
his 20, on page 2, he has line number 8, please find enclosed the 2022 Butternut Farm crop plan. So he bought it and he's planning to, I think that's where all those seeds come from. Right? That seed sheet. It's going to start planting in April. But that's not this appeal.
That's the other one, I think.
Right.
Correct.
Hey, page 2, the summary says 1069 is a small farm where we maintain horses and chickens.
Yep. Right, the flowers are on the other lot that has to do with Peter's appeal.
Well, he's got
I think
flowers.
he's got flowers on this too.
He's got
that
flowers on this one too, because he sketched them on his thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right. And then I think he's going to use the manure from this on the other farm, right? So that's why he's wanting farm status more on 1069. He's going to use the manure from the horses
And
for the flowers on.
And I think he's selling the flowers, some of the flowers
Where are
that grow
the
on
chickens?
1069.
Where are the chickens on that? The chickens are probably on there too.
Yeah, it says the chicken coop.
1069.
Chicken coop. There's
chicken
a
coop.
mobile chicken coop. Yeah.
Yeah, which is part of the pasture. So, I mean, this is an operating farm, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. So
I
now if
agree.
we have to come up with a valuation, just
What
looking,
I suggested was, I guess that, but you have to come up with a number. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I'm just looking at this. If we're saying maybe like 60% of it is pasture, 15% is farm, or maybe 70 or 65% pasture.
I can go back to that form, that the classification that my other person gave me, but there's not a heck of a lot of difference. I mean, we're talking 100 or something.
Katie, I have a question. The
Yeah.
value that you came up
Let
with,
me look.
77,670. Where did that come from? Is that what was before?
According to him, that's what the previous owner had been appraised, or
He's using that the same way?
yes.
Okay, and then he said that under oath and he drew us a picture. Okay. So why don't we just go to that number if that's what he's got there?
You've been through a revaluation and the farm values changed at the same time.
So the farm value changed in 20.
They happened to change in 2020.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that we can give him a number. That's why I'm saying I wonder if Ross's office has to do it, because I don't know what those numbers are. Unless Ross knows, we can do it right now, but I don't know what the right.
No, I would say you classify it.
But so if we
Yeah, he wants us
classify
to do it. Okay.
And
Kathleen-
farm is not a classification. It's got to be tillable, A, B, C, D,
Yeah.
orchard, pasture.
all right, well, we know like 65% of it is pasture on
Yeah.
this this appeal.
And I know pasture is what did I say? 280 an acre. And that I
So
know.
then what is a decent classification for where he grows the flowers, Ross?
Be tillable. Well, tillable C is considered very good, quite level, whereas tillable D is good to fair soil, moderate to considerable slopes, used for corn, hay, rotation, crops.
So I think the first,
It's got a soil analysis in here too.
yeah, he's got a soil analysis.
But that won't correspond to these.
No, that won't.
Um,
Kathy Gran, do you have the appeal number on the very first night? Do you happen to be able to pull that up?
The very first
You
night.
know what? Actually, I take it back. I think I have my list here. 2 Fences Row. Here we go.
Mhm.
Appeal number 28. If I open up appeal number 28, we will find that classification page that the state recommends we use. If anyone
Okay.
has patience to do that. 28. Bear with me. Okay. All right, here it is. It's on the second page. Okay. So tillable, which I don't have definitions, I just have the categories. Pasture F is 280, I know that.
Okay,
Orchard is 990. Tillable A is 1,800 an acre, and it goes down A, B, C, D. D is all the way at 850. So we got to figure out which tillable thing that little part is, but it's a tiny portion of the whole pasture. I
Well,
mean,
he asked for D.
Yeah.
Two.
he did.
Two. It's on 6. Yeah, look at page 6. He says he has tillable D at 0.2, and then says he has permanent pasture at 1.15, and his
Oh.
total acreage is 0.84. So the rest of it is for his house. So if you take those two, so 1.35 minus, 1.84, so whatever that is, got a little, but I
Okay.
allocates a house to his house, and then 0.2 to tillable D, and that's what he filled out on his application, right?
Oh, well, that's more helpful. All right, so then we can use, so I can tell you right now, Katie, tillable D is $850 an acre.
and he has how much of that?
0.2.
Ugh.
Ross, could you do the numbers for us and give us numbers for tomorrow night or whatever, so we don't have to, we just have a lot of appeals to do, guys. If we know what we want, he can run the numbers and give it back to us.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't be in the office, so we'd have to see if someone else could. But if you just put it in as
Okay,
approve it as tillable D and pasture and put the acreage in, then we can calc it out from there.
good.
Okay.
All right. We ready to vote?
If you're not concerned about a particular value.
No, I'm not.
Well, I'm not so much about that. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
So, well, I guess
Katie,
should I amend my motion to reflect that not necessarily a dollar amount, but that we are going to reclassify the property and a breakdown that we'll get clarification on now,
Yeah,
but
why
a
don't we do
breakdown for pasture and tillable lot.
Yep, I think so. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's my motion.
That's it. You made it. Okay. All in
Just if I could interject, you should say tillable D at so many acres and pasture.
Let's get the breakdown now. So let me see if I can pull up what he's asked for, but if anyone else has it in front of them, go ahead and call it out. I think the pasture is 1.1.
1.1
Okay.
1.1 on the pass.
something here though. In the tillable D, he has it 0.2.
Okay, so 0.2 tillable D, and
That
permanent-
doesn't, oh, yeah. And
Kathy, Grant, are you getting that?
the house.
What's all that noise in the background?
Maybe
Another
Ross.
Okay, so one more time for Kathy. We're gonna make a classification for a portion of the property, 0.2 acres of the property to be classified as tillable D, and 1.15 acres of the property as permanent pasture.
Wait, and how much is this whole property?
Well, I think the rest, it's 1.85. I think the rest is the house,
1.82.
Be the buildings.
the driveway.
So if we add, so he's classifying what, he said 1.2 of his acres is, I
No,
want to make sure he's accounting for the fact that he still has the house, a quarter of his lot is a house and property.
Right.
Yeah, so between the pasture and the tillable D, he's accounting for 1.35 of his
Gotcha.
acreage.
Okay.
yeah,
That's
okay.
Okay. So that's exactly what we said. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
all those in favor. Oh, you all set, Katie? You got more?
Yes, that's it. Done.
All those in favor of granting the appeal to return this to farm status with the soil being broken down the way Katie described it, please raise your hand.
Okay, it looks unanimous.
Katie, that was a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I second that. And
Okay.
I didn't see everybody's
Katie?
hand. Was it unanimous or no? I can't tell.
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right, so the motion passes unanimously. Now, Peter,
Oh, I just have to say, Katie, what a great job.
that was good,
Oh,
Kate.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, Judy, they don't call me the best for nothing.
Hey.
Keen, sharp line, that's what it is. Peter, you had 89, which was the next piece of this appeal. So why don't you do that one now, and then we'll move on from there.
Paulette, I'm just going to jump in. If you do you have any other questions for me? Because I'm going to
No,
head
I
out.
think for now, I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thanks for
Thanks.
your help, Ross.
That was good. Thank
Bye bye.
you. Okay, Peter, you ready?
Okay, so, I mean, it's the basic, the same exact issue. This is, according to him, fully farmland. So I guess I'll make the motion that, tillable D, 0.79 acres. And then wasteland as a conservation area, which is 0.34 on his map, for a total of 1.13 acres there. So I make the motion that we grant to whatever that is.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
ready.
And what appeal number is this?
That is
89.
89.
Okay, thank you.
Was that one unanimous too? I can't see.
I didn't see the vote.
Carol's your hand up.
I was just looking at it right now.
Okay.
So we're gonna classify this one, because this is all the, this isn't pasture, this is the tillable D.
Yep, that's where the flowers are. I remember that whole piece of
Okay.
property looks,
Yeah, okay,
Conservation.
good,
yeah, they're not using that for anything else.
all right.
Do we count the
Kathy.
barn? Like, there's a structure on the property. So I'm just curious, he's only got half the field card in here, so it's tough to see the other half of it. But he does have an outbuilding here. Does that just get included as tillable D, or do we have to,
Yeah, that's a good-
deduct that?
Yeah,
that's
it's
a
like,
good
I'm gonna guess that that's on that piece of property. So I'm assuming that that's part of it. Like on
Yeah,
the other side, so, but the assessor will know what to do with that. I don't think we have to deal with the buildings. They'll have a value,
are we-
structures will have a value.
But- But are we
Yeah.
classifying the property as a farm? In other words, do you have to carve out a certain portion of the property that's not pasture and
it's
thing
so
because it's a structure?
small.
No,
It looks so small, Kathleen, but the barn compared to the,
So, okay, so we're saying we're doing the 100% of the property is going to whatever he said, pasture or whatever?
no, only 0.79 acres.
wait a minute.
Yeah,
He's not asking that, it's conservation of 0.34 be included. He called it wasteland.
Okay, so he's asking for 0.73 to be considered farm?
0.79 tillable D,
Okay,
which includes a puny shed and I guess that barn.
okay.
And then the rest is not. So then it gets some condition, my opinion, it gets one of those condition
Oh, wait a minute.
reductions.
But wait a minute, it says underneath it, the entire parcel is used for farming. So even though he classified that little section as conservation, wasteland, he's saying that the entire property is used for farming.
I don't see how that could be if you're on a conservation area that you can't tread on.
Well, you might be, we don't know that. Some of those conservation you can, some you can't. But then he does say native, which I mean, I guess that means that land is left the way it is.
In his notes, he says he can pick berries and nuts from the conservation area.
There you go. Okay.
But I have
Let's
to
clear it up.
I have to agree with Kathleen. I mean, how can we discount the building? I mean, the building has a value of what is that, 20?
I don't think we're just counting it. I don't think we should carve out what that tiny puny square footage is out of the pasture tillable D status, but I think it should still be considered an outbuilding.
I think the assessor will take care of that.
Yeah,
He knows there's buildings on the property. He has to be. He sees a barn,
Yeah, as well as the shed.
Yeah, he'll value those. This guy isn't asking us to value the
Mhm.
buildings. He's asking for the land.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think we deal with that and let the assessor deal with the buildings. 'Cause
Right, I
wouldn't
guess
know how to
here's
do
the other
that.
thing though, I'm also seeing on this card, the field card, it says that, the 0.79 that he's saying is tillable D. On the field card, it says tillable A.
Well, right, he's classifying it as tillable D.
Well, but I mean, who makes that determination, what it gets classified as?
Well,
Well, we already said the other one was tillable D, and it's the same thing.
and Ross had no issue with that. So
Well, I mean, I mean, that might be true. I just,
He's
so,
throwing it
so
out
I just
there.
want to say there are actually two outbuildings on this property here.
Mhm.
One is a one-story, that's
We're
valued
not
at 20,
questioning the buildings.
at 26,200, and then there's another shed that's at $1,400.
and those are from
So-
the town, right? Those values came from the town? From the field
Well,
card.
it's on the field card. That's what
Okay,
I'm telling
yeah.
you. Right?
Leave
So
it.
those, right, leave those alone because they've already been valued by the town. If they went up in value, if this is an older field card, I'm not looking, but they will value the buildings. I'm not saying the buildings are worthless. They're valuing the buildings in addition to us giving making the classification of the land. Because we would not know how to value those buildings. Wouldn't even begin to guess. I gotta tell you that barn thing on the other property is not looking too steady to me, but I wouldn't know how to value that.
Well,
I wouldn't want to stand in
this
there.
barn is a 28 by 40, that was built in 2017.
Yeah, but we're not really we're not adjusting the structures at all.
Right.
Right.
Why are we
That's what-
talking about the structures?
What was the
Yeah,
question?
I understand. I guess my question though is what, so how do we know that it's actually tillable D if it's already on the card as tillable A?
Well, how could it be on the card as tillable A when they don't recognize it as a farm?
Well, it was formerly a farm.
Good point.
Formally a farm.
It was formerly a farm, right? So I mean, how has
But-
it changed?
He lost that status, so it goes back to 0. He doesn't
Right,
have
but
any
it-
status farm. So now he applies for new farm status and he's saying it's tillable D.
But
We have
didn't
no-
didn't he state that he stated in my conversation is that it went from a farm from the previous owner to his farm. So like, what would be the difference between when it was tillable A to now becoming tillable D, which sounds like it's less valuable?
It could be what he's using it for. I don't know. The kind
Or
of soil.
it could, yeah. I mean, honestly,
Or what
Peter,
he's
if you
doing-
look through his, I didn't mean to cut you off, Paul. If
That's okay.
you look through his appeal, what they call tillable A, they consider it excellent, and they list some of the things that you might grow there. And so when he saw shade tobacco, he probably thought, no, it's not that quality of soil, and he made a decision based on what he was, what the soil was producing, and it wasn't that level of crop.
We already decided the other one was D, so to me,
Yeah,
it's the
Carol,
same.
I got that. Thank you for letting me know that again.
I
Listen,
agree with you,
I'm
Carol.
just asking what, I mean, yes, he could say I'm growing this, but I'm not saying that he's trying to mislead us. I'm just saying, isn't
It's a
that,
fa- Well,
shouldn't someone be going out there to say? what
I'm
the-
trying to Google it now and I'm not really getting much.
Right? I mean, wouldn't that be?
Well, if we went out there now, we wouldn't see anything because
Well,
I was there. It's all,
you're right.
there's nothing there because it's out of season.
Right.
It's just land with bushes and like old plants and dead stuff because he hasn't gotten ready for the spring yet. But so if we went out there, somebody out there now, they wouldn't be able to tell what it is. However, does he have soil samples for that land?
So
Yeah,
this
I
is
mean-
Kathleen. Yeah, but the difference
Oh,
with
I
this
have
one is
it.
we can see
Oh.
the field card from last year. If you click on the field card, it was classified because you just bought it, right? So if you look at the March 2021 field card, you'll see that it was, 0.79 acres were classified as tillable A and 0.34 acres were classified as an orchard when he bought it a few months ago. So I think I don't know how he's deciding that, it's waste, he calls it waste, because there is a land classification called wasteland. So he's using wasteland and tillable D as his new land classifications, but the field card last year said tillable A and orchard. So I don't know how in a short period of time he's, been able to change that
I'm-
big of a lot. Unless those
Well,
classifications.
I'm looking at
wrong
the
on that part.
classifications. I found them. I
Okay,
can read them to you.
Go ahead. Let me hear the classifications.
Do you want to hear them?
I do.
Tillable A is excellent. Light, well-drained, sandy loams, typically flat or level, no stones. Shade tobacco, nursery, some cropland. That's A.
Okay.
Down to D, so I don't think we need to read the rest, but I can.
No, let's
D
hear D.
is good to fair. Hay, corn silage, rotation pasture, and cropland.
Okay. Now, he
C.
provided,
B and C have vegetables in both of them.
okay, he doesn't do vegetables there, I don't think, unless I'm wrong. Does he, Peter?
No, I mean, it's just flowers. And if you're saying A has no rocks, I don't think we need to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, really, yeah. We were in Connecticut.
It's not A.
Right. A heavier soil might be sloped and hilly, some stones, seasonal wetness may have some limiting factors. That's tillable D.
Well, seasonal wetnesses for sure.
I think it's
Okay.
right. I mean, tillable A is the best of the best of the best of the best. And
Yeah, that's on there before, but maybe
That's
it's
wrong.
changed, right? So it may be wrong. That's what I'm saying. So what we're saying is we just want to give him what he's saying what he thinks it is, right? Tillable D
Right, yeah.
and wasteland. He asked for a certain portion of it to be considered wasteland. That's another land classification.
okay, so wasteland is
so I think-
called swamp
Have-
scrub.
I think he's
Right.
got scrub.
So let's give him I think we should just give him what he asked, what he's saying it is, and, and not what was on the not what was on the farm from before, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
He's on, he's saying what he thinks the land is. So I think we can just do that. Just say we want it to be whatever he said for the amount of land. And
Yeah.
it looks like last, even though there was a barn, they take the entire property parcel and make it tillable and orchards. It's not like they break out a certain part for the barn. If they start to live in it as a house, then obviously that's a different story, right? But for now, we assume it's just used as as part of the farming process and not as like a separate home. So
Okay.
I think
I agree.
the motion, I think we can make the motion, right? Peter, are we similar to what Katie had before?
Yeah, I did. I made that motion at the beginning, so.
So now we just have to vote.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. All in favor of granting the appeal as requested, please raise your hand. Is it unanimous?
I don't see Peter's hand.
Okay.
No, I'm going to abstain. I don't believe we have all the information that we have.
Okay. Okay. So the motion passes. Appeal is granted 6-1. Peter abstained.
Okay.
All right, now.
I know
Um,
technically I'm done for my list tonight, but I might have to go a little early, so I'm hoping I can do at least one more.
I have 3 more you can do.
Okay,
33, 34, 35,
okay, hang on.
79. I actually have 4, but let's see how many you can do.
Wait, I don't have 33.
Oh, maybe I got it. Oh, I'm sorry. 32, 34, 35. Is that
okay.
better? Yeah. Okay.
Although I had an interesting one that I wanted to do, but okay, fine.
Well, you have one you want to do. Bring it up.
Now let's just do these. All right, no, I'm going to do the one I want to do.
Okay. Which
Because
one
it's
you want?
interesting. And I talked to Ross about it, so I want to hear your opinion. Okay.
Okay.
So this is appeal number 5. I make a motion that we reduce the appraised value of the property to the requested amount of $1,173,490.
Second.
Okay. This is appeal number 5. The property address is 1810 Fairfield Beach Road. Ken and Elizabeth Davey are the owners. This was interesting. This property is located on the creek side of Fairfield Beach Road. It is coded, I know it's coded as an FB8, even though the adjacent neighbor at 1800 Fairfield Beach Road is coded as a PC4. So I talked to Ross about it, and he explained to me that he had a choice in doing it. because this property has a direct right of way to beach. It has a beach access attached. And I guess some properties down there do not. And so he felt that it should reflect that in the valuation. And his choice was either to code it as PC4 for being on the creek side, but increase the valuation by virtue of the fact that it had the access to the beach, or code it as beach side, FB8, and reduce it compared to houses that are actually on the water. So he did that. I think that may have been a mistake because I think it made this person feel that they were being valued at a much higher amount. He said he's at 106 a square foot for land, I'm talking. And the direct neighbor at 1800 is at 87 a square foot. So do I think that what is that? Almost $20 a square foot for the access to the beach? I don't know. I mean, you guys would probably know better. But he's just questioning the rationale for the variance here. Both properties are creekside. I've explained to you why he didn't know it. I didn't know it at the time, but Ross has since explained it to me that the coding was intentional. You could have gone one way, you could have gone another. Ross chose to go the way of coding it towards the beach. And this is where we sit.
This appeal came up last year. And I was horrified to think that somebody would be classified as beachfront when they live across the street from the beach.
But I
little-
will say that Ross said that even though it's classified as such, it is at a reduced amount because he acknowledges it is not beachfront for whatever that's worth.
So why make a problem? Why not just say, okay, here's his house, here's his property over on that side of the street. He gets classified as that, whatever it was. And then he's got that little strip of land and we value that separately and put the two together. Why would we not want to do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it should have been classified as creekside, and then maybe with maybe more land value. Because you've seen houses on the creekside that have docks, so they're at a higher value.
Yes.
They're coded as such, as someone who doesn't. So it's possible. I think it would have been cleaner to do it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know. But for what it's worth, in July of 19. They paid 1.5 million, 1.52. And so the town has them at 1.53, and they want to go to 1.1. So when did the valuation start? 10 of 19, right?
Yeah, 10/1/19.
So in July of 19, they paid 1.5.
Okay.
And
what does he want to go?
He wants to go to 1.1.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. This is, this one we talked about for a long time last year. I'm sure Paulette remembers it, and Judy and Peter. So I think that's what we all struggled with last year, is he paid for that. So what he's doing sort of what the wetlands people are doing. They're saying, I want this code on my card, and so you got to code my card this way, as opposed to saying, okay, what's the market value of the property? And then you put codes on it to come to the market value so that it works in the database. So that's what Ross is saying. I think he's like, either way, I needed to get to about, this property sold for $1.5 million. And so that's probably where he needed to get. So how he got there, he could have used an FB8 and brought it down, or he could have used a PC4 and brought it up. And so he chose to do one way. And this gentleman is saying, I want the PC4, but he also, he wants what everybody else's PC4 is for their land value. And he wants it based on the square footage of the land. So even if he did it by square foot, it wouldn't calculate that way out. So, I don't think he's making his case based on market value, which is what we have to look at first. Is the market value of this, is it accurate based on the market value? And 1.1 is probably not an accurate market value for that property. He didn't prove his case. So if he can come back, again next year, and he can come back every year, but it needs to change the story. Or we can say to Ross, it would be very helpful if you'd put him to a PC4, so then it's a creekside property, but he's going to have to give him whatever else on the card to get him up to the 1.5 value, because that's where it's probably right. He's probably maybe even a little low at 1.538. He bought it pre-COVID. So and he's not.
He bought it pre-COVID. Did he buy it before the valuation period started?
Yes.
By a month or so, yeah, but not much.
All right, now let me just see.
July 19 and reval started October 119, and that's pre-COVID. So we know what happened in the beach area during COVID. So, you
That's
know, you could,
Sharon.
right. So I think, you know, I think there's no argument to bring him. I don't see anything that says he should be 1-1 if he's just talking about codes on cards. That's what I'm saying.
I agree that he shouldn't be 1-1. It's way too low. But what I do, and I said this last year too, what I do think is wrong is the way he was coded. And if his land value is higher because of the code, it needs to change. Even if it brings the value down to less than he paid, his land value needs to be what the others are. And I know that's different than what we usually say, well, that's what they paid. But there's no reason why his land value needs to be as high as it is. And that's just, unless he should be what his neighbors are, based on the square footage, of course. It might be more, he has more land. And then that little strip of land gets valued at a different price.
Yeah, I mean, I just wish it could be broken up into two separate parcels, but I realize that would involve a legal aspect of,
Yeah, they can't break it up, but that doesn't mean it can't be valued the way it should be valued. The
yeah,
value of a piece of land going to the water is one value, has nothing to do with the value of the rest of the property. I mean, it does not make that property waterfront. And that's the way
No,
it's coded. It needs
no.
to change.
I can tell you
I
one
think
thing,
the
not coming back
is
next year
broken
because
out.
it's under deposit.
Yeah, I think the picture is broken out. Sorry, if you look at the card, there's 2 line items on the card, right? I'm looking at last year's card, maybe the new card's in the file. But last year's card, you know, it's an FB8. Again, he gave him a condition factor of 0.9 to bring it down because we know FB8s are more valuable than PC4s. So that's why he got the 0.9. And then the smaller strip, whatever that 110,000 square feet or whatever it is, the 0.12 acres, I think that's the strip. So I do think it's broken out.
It is broken out, but now look at the value of that strip at 74,300, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm looking at the right thing. Might not be. I don't know for sure because again, I have to look at it standing on my head, which is giving me a headache. Why don't you put it in the proper way? So, okay. So 74,300, I believe that's more than we valued all the other pieces on the beach that go to the water. Am I not right? Fair Acres was one.
This is he owns it himself. It's not a joint. It's not shared by an association, right? And it gives his property value because anybody who buys it has their own right of way to the beach, and they've got a boat on the creek, so he's got two benefits.
I'm talking about this strip of land and its value.
Mm-hmm.
It makes his property valuable, yes, but does it need to be $73,000 for a piece of property you can walk on but can do nothing else on? Can't put a chair, can't sit, there's no room. Oh, could he lay on it? Yeah, he can lay on it. It's his. He wants to lay on a towel, but it's not really usable. It's an access way to the water. That's all it is. And yet he's classified as waterfront, which he shouldn't be. And I think that property at 74,300 is too much. Does anybody agree with that? You don't have to agree with that.
Yes, well, and I also think that, this strip of land should be treated the same way as the other strip, the pathways that we talked about, even though that was owned by an association. I don't care who owns it. It's the same kind of deal and should be valued at the same way. So
And what number?
It is.
Where are they valued?
They're valued FB8. That's the same way that the other ones are, I think.
Right, that piece of property is FB8. It's FB8. It goes to the water. It's on the water side. I'm not arguing that code. I'm arguing the value placed on it for right now for that piece. So all I'm talking about right now is that piece.
And what is the one Helene is speaking about? What's that value?
What did we give Fair Acres? 40-something thousand?
I don't know. Let me look. Yes, we went down to 40 something. Yeah, I can look. Yeah. Let me look.
But that's a different neighborhood. That's an FB1 over there. Remember, we thought,
I don't believe
well,
that.
FB1 is more. So we brought it down because you didn't think it was as valuable there. We were talking about the ones on Fairfield Beach Road being just as valuable or more valuable because they're you know, they're more private and they're not as open, so.
Okay, well, let me say this, if you, when it's property, when you're talking about property on the waterfront and you're telling me that somebody, and I'm not even gonna say the name because I don't even want to say it because it aggravates me, decided that one piece of Fairfield Beach is more valuable than the other with nothing to prove that. But if you want to say, okay, I agree, if I'll go with that. That when you're talking about a strip of land that's, you know, 30 feet across, 40 feet across, where you can actually use it, and you want to say that one is more private than the other, so it's valued more. All right, I'll let it go. I'm not going to argue about it. This is a what, 5-foot strip of land? Whether or not it's in that neighborhood should be the same value because it doesn't, you can't do anything with it. The use is the same. He doesn't get more private. He doesn't get anything except a walkway. So I don't see where that's more valuable than down the street.
What do we want to do? I mean, he didn't give us a number, he came up with a number doing math based on a PC4 and some square footage, right? To go to 1.1 million. So
Right.
I think we need, I mean, we can change the codes all day, but we need to decide, did he make his case? And if we're going to give him a reduction, how much are you going to reduce him by? You
Here's
know,
what I'm-
like, he didn't.
Here's my thought. He made his case as far as I'm concerned. He doesn't belong on the waterfront. End of story.
Okay,
Wrong code. Now, you want to code his property. I don't want to code all of it on the creek side because it's not all on the creek side. The strip of land that goes to the water, I want to code it as the FB8, whatever it is, if it's whatever that's supposed to be. And then the value of it becomes the same value as the one we did for Fair Acres. As far as the rest of the property now, he goes to that PC, what is it, PC4? Is that what he wants? Is that
Can you do that?
Yes. Whatever.
I honestly don't know if you can.
Now
All
we can.
right, then yeah. The other, let me see.
It's correctly coded. That's the point. The code is wrong.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
right. You can. So
Okay.
PC4.
PC4. And then what is that value? What's that land worth as a PC4? Just a straight PC4. Never mind making it this and then reducing that. It's a PC4. What is that worth? And that's what I'm willing to do. I am not willing to agree to 1.1 million and change. That's not high enough. It's too low. It is definitely, but he made his case. He doesn't make a case for that price. We could grant in part. He made a case for, he's not waterfront. He shouldn't be coded that way. He shouldn't be valued that way, except for that piece that is on the water, which should be valued the same way as the other strips of the same size. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you 100%, Paulette. I think that's a fantastic solution, and that is the fairest solution for everybody. I'll vote for that.
Okay, so now does anybody have any more discussion? Otherwise, we have to come up with we have to look at that Fair Acres value. I don't remember what it was. It was 40, was it 44 and change, 42 and change?
I want to say it was 42. I think that's what my notes say here, 42.
That's straight.
Wrote it down, but I'll grab it.
And I don't know what the land comes to if we recode it to the proper code. I think Ross has to tell us that.
I think we should set a number because he's going to say,
Okay.
I
All right.
had a value and coded it after the fact.
Okay, so what's the neighbor's property worth? Is it the same size? Let's see.
The neighbor's property is. Well, it's weird. Let's take out the 74,000. Let's just look at the one.
Take out the
Let me get the neighbor's field card up. Hang on. Okay.
Oh, I came out with 926 for the land, but I did it fast without a calculator, so I could be wrong.
Okay, so this property is a little larger. The subject property, very, very slightly. They're just both about 1/4 of an acre. A little
Okay.
under. And not looking at the 74,000 for the. Well, now wait a minute. Oh, that's a much nicer. Okay, hang on. Taking out the 74,000 for the access to the beach. The land on the subject property is appraised at $1,010,000. And the neighbor, roughly the same size, a little bit smaller, is $814,900. But this is where I don't know enough, because the creek, some of the, even though they're right next door to each other, maybe some of them are at a certain point where a dock is available, et cetera, and so on. So I don't know if the neighbor has any of that or has the ability to have it, if it really is as valuable. I don't know.
Okay, that I don't know either. I believe this man does have a dock, but I don't know if the neighbor does too.
I like the neighbor's house.
You're not
really
Very cute.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Kristen Nick's house next door.
Yeah. According to the field card, I don't know who that is,
Yeah.
but
She's a designer.
really cute. I don't know. I mean, it's weighing on me that in July, the end of July, he paid 1.5. That's still weighing on me.
It's weighing
The
on.
coding is weighing on me, so I think we absolutely have to address that coding. So that's it. Right?
You're right. It's weighing on me that he paid that, so that should be the market value. But he paid it before. We don't know when the actual appraisal or was done by the assessor's office for the reval. But he paid it. But that doesn't mean it's okay. He agreed to pay it, but that doesn't mean it's okay to cheat him at a $30-something thousand. The town appraised it wrong. That's too much. So it needs to, the value of the land needs to be what the value of the land is. But I can't ignore the fact that he's valued, almost $32,000 more on that strip of land than he needs to be. That's what I can't ignore. I have no issue with the fact that the house is expensive, and I just have a problem with that, because I'm not happy about the way they coded. I'll be honest, not happy about the way they split up those neighborhoods and coded those things, jacked up the prices, and included this as waterfront. To me, that was egregious. That was an overuse of power, an egregious mistake, and it was intentional. They knew they were doing it. It wasn't a mistake. They knew they were doing that. And that's why I think he deserves to be treated like the other people with that small strip of land.
So if you were to sell the house in the beach area and you were selling the house, you're marketing it, right? And you said this property comes with a private right of way to the beach, and you were pricing it, would you price it at $40,000 extra? Would you bump the price of the house up by $40,000 because you have a private right of way to the beach, or would you put it on the market for more money? Because down there is no public beach. So to get to the beach there, you got to go all the way down to the point, right? Or you got to go to Penfield to go to the beach if you're on the creek. But for him, he can pack his sandwich and, or whatever, just go right across the street.
All he can do is walk on it. It's not even, you can't, what are you going to do with it? It's too narrow to do anything.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
But for me, I out to the right of way, and it was the nicest way because I could get out to the beach without having to go all the way down the street to the public beach and go for a walk on the beach every day. We would do that. So, I think there's value, even though he's on the creek, with being able to not just talking about how much sand there is, but that you can get to the water. And once you're below the high tide line, you can do whatever you want, right? That's all public down there. So he can.
Guys, there is public access, by the way. There is public access.
But you could also make the same argument for the people on Old Dam that can just take their boat across and then go to that other strip of land. But I wouldn't value those houses higher because of that.
And if I were putting
you have to
on the market,
have a boat. You need your
asked
boat
me,
and drive across.
you asked me
anyway,
if I was valued.
Me, I'd pay an extra $100,000 for a house on the creek if I had beautiful creek views and a dock, and then I could walk across the street. Me personally, if I was buying a $2 million house and it was an extra $100,000 for that strip of land, I would pay that. Maybe you're thinking most people won't, but I would. That's why I think his house is $1.5 million, and that's why he paid that.
He paid it, but now he's complaining that it's miscoded, which it is. When he bought it, it wasn't coded that way, was it?
I don't know. I think it was. The properties down there were all, these codes are not new. They've been around. Rolling road, but not these ones.
That wasn't, the neighbors were complaining last year because they said the neighborhoods were cut up. They had no right to do that. That's not the argument. I don't care what they had the right to do. but so that had to be new because they would have been screaming sooner if it wasn't. All
No,
the
not
appeals-
on Fairfield Beach Road. They cut up Roland Road. They cut up Roland Road and Lally and added, Mike Fazio added the BP 1, 2, 3, 4 in that Roland Road area. But Fairfield Beach Road already had codes on it. What they did differently was they broke out landlines for the parking on the creek side, and they actually assigned value because, some people own lots on the creek as well as the beach. So that's where they went, and all of a sudden people that did values on the creek side, they used a formula to try to get them, even though they don't sell on their own, they tried to get it, they had to assign a value to the card. So that's what caused a lot of the consternation down at the beach last year, was because those creekside pieces of, parking lots, even though they're part of the whole parcel, they don't sell by themselves.
We're splitting hairs over here. We're
portion
splitting hairs. We're splitting hairs. The property is coded incorrectly. We need to, I really know that we need to just code it properly. And that's it. I don't know why we're spending 45 minutes on something that is so very easy to determine. It's very obvious. I think we all know it. So why aren't we just requesting a code change? Am I missing something?
I don't
You have
think
to come up with a
Somebody tell
value.
me.
Well, we did come
You
up
have to
with.
come up with a
That's
what you're going to do in the
I came up-
value, or you're just changing the code.
No, I came
Because
up
he
with a
can
value.
probably value.
I came up with a value for the strip. And then, Katie had pointed out, well, we better come up with a number because he's going to ask us to on the other one. So
Why don't we leave the other one, recode it to the PC4, and then keep the strip coded at FB8,
Mhm.
and adjust it to whatever we've, just to be consistent with what, I wasn't here at the last one when you voted, but just to be consistent, put the value at whatever you said that last right of way was, and we move on.
Okay. And just for the record, Kathleen, I would not, if I was selling that property, I would research what that strip of land was worth, what the other ones were, and tell my client that he's overpaying for that. If he wants to buy it, that's his business, but I don't recommend it. I don't recommend that should be the value. It's up to him what he wants. I don't overprice property. I don't know who does. I'm not going to pick out names, but I certainly don't. That's not how I do business. You asked me, I answered. Okay, let's go back to the appeal. All right. Does anybody else have a different number they want to try to use for that strip of land? Anybody who disagrees with the number I said and wants to go to a different number? Let's hear it now. No. Okay. All right. So, Katie, can you make that motion the way you just said it? Because I don't remember what it was.
Sure. So I'll make a motion to adjust the coding on the property, that the 5,000 square foot portion of land be recoded to PC4 with no land value change, and the 0.12 acre strip that is currently valued at, or currently appraised at 74,000, continue with the same code, the FB8, and be reduced in value to, I don't know the number,
42,000.
42,000.
I second that motion since it was a new motion. All right. All those in favor of granting the appeal the way it was described, please raise your.
I have a question before
Yes.
we
Yep.
vote. So if we're recoding the the main, the creekside piece, is that 0.9 condition coming off?
No.
Or the neighbors all have that 0.9 condition?
I don't know if they have it. He
Okay,
has
so
it.
why would it, if it's, because my
Yes,
understanding was.
the neighbors do have it.
They do, okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think Katie, was your motion to keep that land value at $1.10 million, just change the coding to keep it at
Correct.
$1.10 million?
Well, no, actually,
Correct.
let's clarify that.
We're not.
We're not
We're
cha-
just
We're not
Okay.
changing the value, but the
Correct.
value change when they recode. That's up to the assessor to change it when he recodes it. We can't do. I don't know how to code that and change that. And I don't want to even try.
I thought her motion was to keep the land value the same.
As-
It
as-
is.
Yes, for now, we're not, all right, maybe we said it wrong. let the assessor decide the new land value based on the code change to the property. How about that? That's probably the way it should have been said.
I think that's a little open-ended.
Well, he's, but
That's
if we can't, if
different.
he codes it as a, if we change the code to a C4 or whatever, B4, whatever it is, that will change the value. And I don't know how to do that. I mean, I guess we could figure it out if we took another hour to do it, but we would have to, he has to, but then we still have to approve it. He has to bring it back to us to approve it. He can't change the numbers without our approval.
I just want to make sure that he can't add value to it, even though.
Okay,
Okay, that's a concern with a max value of what it is existing.
okay,
Sure.
right. So then that would be, leave that land, change the code on the land, have the assessor change the price not to exceed the current price. How about that?
Sure. So recalculate the value not to exceed current appraised value.
Okay, does everybody understand that before we vote? Okay. All in favor of granting the appeal as stated, please raise your hand. Go back to this page. Motion passes. Appeals granted 5-2 with Kathleen and Peter opposed. Okay.
Are you
it's recorded-
opposing or abstaining? You're opposing, Kathleen and Peter?
Oh, wait a minute. Were you opposed or abstaining?
I'm opposing.
Here's
Okay.
opposing. I didn't get it. Kathleen?
I'm sorry, I'm opposing. I'm
Okay.
opposed.
Okay, so we had
Okay,
it right.
thank you. Okay, yep.
All right, so that takes us to 7:18. How about a break? And when we come back, it's a 15-minute break. When we come back, Katie, you can do some more.
I
How's that?
actually have to go.
Oh, you have to leave. Okay, let's keep going then. We can take a break in a little while.
Okay.
You have to go now, or what do you need?
I can do one more as long as it doesn't take us an hour to do it.
Go ahead.
So you think.
Okay, so what number, what do you want? 32?
30, whatever you want. 32, 34, 35, or 49.
Well, actually, I have 29 next. Let's just go in order. I'll get rid of that.
Okay, 29.
Okay, so appeal number 29. I make a motion that we reduce the valuation to the requested amount of $825,000.
Second.
Okay, this is appeal 29. The property address is 710 Roland Road. Property owner is Beverly Silverman. Town has that property valued at $953,700. And again, the appellant is requesting a reduction to $825,000. She said that her real issue is the land valuation. She's close to the beach, but she feels that $707,800 for a 7,500 square foot lot seems high. She said the house was elevated after Sandy. It had an elevator installed, and she thinks that maybe that's somehow affecting the valuation. She has a disabled husband, so they did like a HUD loan in order to get that. And I guess in order to satisfy HUD standards, the house had to be raised to a higher level than maybe FEMA required. So that she feels the house looks bigger and it's really not. And she feels that she's being penalized for having to raise it as high. But at the time, she said everyone, it was what basically everyone was doing down there. Or had to, or she felt like she
Hey,
had.
what? I'm sorry, I got bumped out for a minute there. What appeal is this?
It's appeal number 29. It's
20.
710 Roland Road. She said her land is 707. She has her neighbor that has a larger lot. She's a 7,500 square foot lot. Her neighbor has a larger lot, 10,000 square feet, and their land value is 463. Let me just pull up her documents to see.
What's
Oh.
the address on the neighbor? What's the address on the neighbor?
Hang on, I don't know that she gave it to me. Let me see if it's in the packet.
Only
I don't
because
have-
there's some coding errors. We came across these last year on all of and you want to get into the codes. All of this neighborhood code was supposed to have a site index of 6. When they added those BP codes, everybody was to go to 6, and they missed a section on the upper half of Roland Road, and those people are 5, and their land is, and Mike Fazio said it was a mistake. Everybody was supposed to be a 6, and when you go change them to a 6 and do else, so I'm just saying, if she's picking one of the ones on the north side of Roland Road, north end of Roland Road, that's going to be it. You'll see a site index of 5. Everybody in the beach is supposed to be a 6.
Why is that? Why was it raised up to 6?
When he did it, like I said, he added all those BP codes, right? He added 1, 2, 3, 4. He took the different sections of that whatever that neighborhood is, 66, and divided it up from distance from the beach. He looked at the land values, but everybody was supposed to be a 6 to make it all even. And for
Why wasn't
whatever
it
reason, they
5 to make it all even.
because 5s and 6s make a huge, the problem with those, that 5, 4, 5, 6 is it makes an enormous change in the land value. It's a really big change. And
So we bumped it up
just,
to 6 so that we can then raise everybody's amount. There's no other reason.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's not true. They
Okay.
were, when he added the BP4, which made their values on the north part of that road lower, he forgot to put them to a 6 like everybody else in the beach. Everyone else on Rolling Road was already a 6 and they were a 5. So, but when he gave them a break with BP4, which reduced their land value, he forgot to put some of them up to 6 to make it even. And as soon as you put the 6 on them, all the sales line right up with the values for 2020. I mean, I did it on a spreadsheet. There's like 12 sales. And as soon as you make them a 6, they're right with it, most of them right in line with their sales. So it's definitely a mistake, but that's why. So if you see some super low properties on the north end of Rolling Road, 9 out of 10 times you're going to see a 5. And that was actually
So it's like the shell game.
judgment.
It's like the
But
shell game.
whatever.
Let me put this here and then I'll switch it over here. Now, this and do that.
It's complicated, but
This to me
that's
is
what
not
she's looking at. That's
sorry, but it's
wrong.
not acceptable. I understand, but it's not acceptable to me. And it shouldn't be to anybody else. First of all, why did he change it in the first place? Are there comps for this, or is this just his curve and algorithms again? Do we have comps that say that that part of the beach should be this price and this part should be this price? I don't think so, because they don't do comps. They do a different method. So I want to look at this lady's comps, and I think the rest of us should look at them too. If you don't want to look, that's your business.
They do sales. That's how they do the curve. But yeah, she should be looking at sales too. If the house didn't sell, she shouldn't be looking at it. She shouldn't be looking at their appraised value. She should be looking at their sale price.
I have a real problem. And normally that's what we do. But this past Val, I agree. That's always the way we've done it. And I've held to that. But this past reval, we've had way too many cases of egregious mistakes, crazy land values, and too many changes that are too difficult for the homeowner and actually myself to even try to understand. So I have little tolerance for that kind of thing. And why did they?
Well,
I don't believe that it was changed for any other reason except let's break this up and let's make this higher value than this. I don't really see it. I don't see it.
You don't have any evidence for that, Paulette. We already talked about this. You have no evidence.
Peter,
you don't have evidence for it. Show me the evidence.
I'm going to show. Well, I'm going to look at this lady's evidence right now. Okay, I'm going to look at this lady's evidence right because you know what? I don't see the town's evidence either. I just don't see it. If I saw it, I wouldn't be saying that.
Look at the sales data.
They didn't use sales data. They use an algorithm. There's no way they could have used the sales. They don't use it. We've asked Ross. They don't use comps. They can't. They have too many vowels to do.
If they use sales
the
data, there were
whole,
homes in Greenfield Hill that would be appraised way higher. I mean, there are some properties that are under appraised by $1 million. So the sales, they don't use data for everything.
And didn't I hear something last year? Didn't I hear something last year said that, oh, well, he gave Winton Park a break this year. Why? They killed these people, but he gave Winton Park a break. Can't do that. So that's why I have
a general statement I'd really like to make. Paulette, can I make a general statement, please? Okay. So you know what? I just have to ask you a question. Were we elected by the taxpayers to take care of the taxpayers' best interest? Is that what we were elected for?
Yes, but I'm not sure.
We're appointed in my case. Okay. All right. So hold on. Let me finish my statement. Right?
Yep.
Correct? Would that be correct? Is that what our job is?
We're correct to say that we are elected by the taxpayers. They come to us for our help.
Correct. Okay, great. Thank you, Paula. I got one other statement.
All taxpayers, Judy.
Because it feels like there's a couple of members of the board that are doing anything possible that they possibly can to say no and to deny all of these. And it's kind of like it's kind of like we're having the conversation with a tax assessor rather than someone that is supposed to be representing the public. That's all. I just had to say it.
Point of
You're
order, let's-
representing
let's-
the entire public, not just the people who came.
You're right,
to-
Peter. We're representing the entire public because
Right.
what we do to these people reflects on everybody else. You understand? It doesn't matter that now everybody's going to pay more taxes. They're not paying more. They're paying what they should have paid if this was done properly. If it was done properly, we wouldn't be here and they wouldn't be saying, well, now my taxes are going to go up. And that should never be a consideration because we're not here to serve ourselves. And that's part of it. Because if I have to pay more taxes, I'm going to look at this differently. I try not to. I try every single time. And it's a minuscule amount of what the 60, 20 something homes in Fairfield are going to have to pay to balance it out. But just because we all have to pay what we should have been paying without the mistakes doesn't mean that other people should be cheated out of money either. It's a very fine line. It's difficult. But
First of
people,
all,
we are-
no one's cheating anybody. All right, again, if you've got evidence to it, then bring it up.
oh my God,
But
we're not in court, Peter. We're not in a courtroom. I have evidence that every time we approve an appeal, that is the evidence that a mistake was made, like it or not. That's the evidence. That's the evidence I have that mistakes were made. The majority of people on the board say there's a mistake here. We need to fix it. It's not fair. That's the evidence. And if we all have to pay more because it was wrong, we should have been paying more to start with. That's my point. It's not wrong that we're paying more, but we're supposed to be paying that anyway. If these didn't have to be corrected, if it was done right, we would have all been paying more to start with. But these people that us should not pay more.
Can let Katie finish? My dog wants to go for a walk. Can we let Katie, can we finish this? Okay, she's dying.
Sure,
To
we
let
can,
her out.
all those in favor of granting the appeal, please raise your hand. We're done. You want to finish? Let's finish.
No, I'm
Yep.
get back.
Okay, so anyway,
Go ahead, Katie.
if you look through, I went to Vision Appraisal just to pull some sales comps because she provided appraisal comps, but no sales comps. She's an older woman too, by the way. So this probably isn't a fluid a process as it could be for somebody else who has access to computer, can just pull stuff up quickly. But at any rate, you know how you go on Vision, you pull up a field card, then you click sales, it'll show you in the time frame what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's not the only house that sold, but frankly, the only one that comes up when I do the search is on South Benson Road, and it sold for $787. So I know South Benson is not Roland Road. But if you guys can think of comps, we can quickly look at.
Anyone look at the photo of this house? There's no way it should be 953.
No, I know. And she said it looks like it's so gigantic, it looks like it's something, but it's, if you look
Because
at,
honestly, at some point, someone's going to tear this down.
yes,
It's like
that's what
one
she's
of
been
those-
told also.
Yeah, it's like one of those that they raised it because they felt like they got pressured into doing it or whatever. They wanted to stay in their home after Sandy. They raised it, but it's
He's
bad.
elevator. He's handy.
It's a bad looking house. It's going to be a tear down at some point.
Yes.
Yes.
And the thing of it is, for whatever it's worth, they've lived in the town for 20 years. They've been paying taxes here for 20 years.
Right.
I don't like the idea that it's getting to a place where if this is incorrect, that we're, maybe they can't afford to stay because of an error. So I don't want that to be their case.
The fact that she wants to go to 825, I think that's generous on their part. I would even say you could make a case for her going into the high sevens. So 825 is, in my opinion, very fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is Kathleen. It's 619 Penfield. Same idea. They took the HUD grant. They raised the house that was not that nice looking. She raised it way up. She has an enormous number of stairs, and we brought her to 810 last year. That was 619 Penfield Road. That's another one that is a
Kathy's?
that-
Is that Kathy?
Kathy house. Yeah, she
Well, there you go.
did the similar.
And that has water views, and that's like 2 houses away from the Penfield parking lot.
Right.
And it is hideous, but
Right. Well, this is 710, Roland. This is really close to the beach too, so she may have water views as well. I didn't put it on the map, but 710 is a high number, higher than the 619, so she's probably close to the beach as well. But I think it's the same
Quite
idea.
So,
So I'm comfortable with the 825,
Okay.
even though she didn't make
Okay.
it with the praise comp.
Okay.
All right, so all in favor?
Oh. All those in favor of granting the appeal at 825 as requested, please raise your hand. I think I
It
can hear.
looks unanimous.
Okay.
Unanimous.
Motion passes. Appeal is granted as requested with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposed. All those opposed.
Who opposed?
I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't call it out. My mistake. All those opposed, please raise your hand.
I voted in favor.
Yeah,
Oh, you, sorry.
unanimous in
I
favor.
never saw your hand. I'm sorry. I apologize. Passes unanimously.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
All right,
Dawn-
guys, I'm
Katie
sorry
has
to do this, but I have to go.
Okay, when are you back, Katie?
Not tonight. I'll be back. Are you doing it tomorrow?
We are doing it tomorrow.
I don't have my calendar in front of me. I don't know if I don't know if I can do tomorrow. I can do Monday.
All right, definitely Monday then, but if you can do tomorrow, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, 15-minute break takes
Good
us
luck,
to.
you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Appreciate
Bye.
it.
Good night.
15-minute break takes us to 7:47. See you then.
Okay. Pausing the recording.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to leave that because up next with appeal number 113.
All right, so, appeal 113 and 114 are the same.
114?
Well, it's 113, but 114 is the neighboring property, so.
Oh, we'll do them back.
Sure. The 113, appeal 113 is 1410 Jennings Road, and the appellants, Peter and Rosemary Rimbetzi, are asking, the town has valued the property at $481,500, and they're asking for a requested value of $419,000. And then the 1420, that's appeal number 114, is 1420 Jennings Road, and that value is $518,400, and they're requesting a reduction to $429,000. So the gist of their appeal is that they feel that their land is not that usable, and mostly because they do have like a common driveway. They're two homes. This is two homes, a long driveway that the sloping front yard. Sorry.
I think that's a dog barking. I think we're okay here.
sorry.
Their biggest complaint was that there's a lot of trash that ends up in front of their house from the storm drain. There's a big amount of water out in front of their house there. They say it gets flooded there. Their driveway. I mean, I did drive by and walk by there at right after a storm that we had, a pretty significant storm, and their driveway appeared to have some standing water on it, and certainly the area looks all looks like it gets flooded there, when there is a significant amount of water. This is the location is, I don't know if how I know the location. One of the neighbors puts out stars during the holidays on this like terraced front area of their home. I don't know if you guys know that off of Jennings.
Is that where they go over the water? Where there's a
Right.
little bridge over the
Yes.
water? Okay.
Yes, correct. So so I actually called conservation because they're gave me a lot of information about how they, that it floods, that there's a lot of water that comes there, that garbage ends up there, that they've, had to, themselves, they said they tried to have it dredged, but they were told they couldn't have it dredged. They, said they did it, by hand one time and pulled out, all sorts of things. They, said that there's an Adirondack chair sitting in the middle of the river on a little, island of silt in the middle of the river there. So anyway, I did call conservation because they had said that they, weren't able to get anything done through the town, but they, conservation didn't have anything on. They said something about replacing asphalt, and no. Actually, I'm sorry. That was yeah. No, that was not conservation. Conservation said they didn't have anything on it. Then I called engineering, and they said that there was nothing, there as well. There's someone asked for replacing asphalt. That was a permit that was submitted in 2007, and then there was also a request for a pool submitted sometime after for the backyard, but it was never submitted for a permit. So anyway, I didn't find anything from conservation, public works, or engineering about this place. So they also provided some comps they wanted me to look at, and it seems to me all the comps are out of not really in the neighborhood there. It's 198 Old Black Rock Turnpike. So the subject property itself, let me just go back to the subject property.
Peter, another thing I'm noticing on appeal number 113, that all the comps supplied were in 21. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm looking at that right now. It's not on the market analysis that the agent gave. And the agent is also from Stamford. He's not a local agent.
Yeah.
He may or may not know the property values. He may, but he may not. Just an FYI.
Yeah. So yeah, though, that's what I was going to bring up. All the sales. I see 211.22, 119.22, 112.22, and so this property itself is it does have a both of them have a 0.9 for the topography and wet. They're both about a little over a half acre of land. One is 1,032 square feet. The other one's 1,050 square feet. And the comps. I'm not saying that the comps are they're similar types of properties, although they're not in the they're not really in the area, right? So
There's tons of splits. I'm not sure why this agent picked those.
Yeah.
I've sold splits in this neighborhood.
Yeah. So just looking at, I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm a little confused. And also the field card shows 16, shows the other house, 1420. Is that your other appeal?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. The field cards are scanned in as 1420 instead of 1410.
It might be the mailing address. You got to look at the very top of the card because I think they both get 20,
Right.
but the property is at the top of the card.
Oh, okay. So it says pond. So what did you mean that conservation didn't know anything? It's recognized as having that thing in the front.
Right. They just said there was never any kind of request, made of them for any kind of work done.
Oh.
To alleviate any kind of flooding there. So I
How's
did
the
look
back?
at the neighboring properties there, though. that are right there. So that's 1446 Jennings, 1478 Jennings, 1478 Jennings. Again, is similar. Actually, smaller. Let me just confirm that. A smaller size piece of property sold in 415.19 for 512. And then if you go to the other side is considered Mayweed, and that's 298 Mayweed and 172 Mayweed. And there was a sale 11/7/19. There's no dollar amount for that sale, so I mean, maybe you know how to acquire that. And then there's 98 Mayweed, which actually sold, and that one is actually only about a little over a half acre, and that sold for $1,029,800 on 5/3/19. So I mean, these are the ones that are right there. So there are actually some sales right there next to the.
Honestly, these two properties are so unique with that water that comes through there, and I don't think looking at sold properties is even relevant at this point. I think this has more to do with the condition factor of the land, and I do know that he's absolutely correct in that it's just a magnet for garbage, and that water doesn't flow the way other waterways do throughout the town. And I remember a property that we represented on Osborne Hill where it kind of, that's at the end of that waterway, and at the end of their backyard, it was just a disgusting mess of garbage all the time, because that's where the water sort of ended before it started to go underground again. And he's correct. I think they do have a hardship on this property, but I don't think looking at sold properties is going to help us with this. I see on their field card that they're a 5. What do you call it? Site index of 5. Both of these.
Don't those other properties? I mean, I'm looking at it on the just a map. I didn't actually look at the aerial. Those properties have the water on their property as well. I guess I should have looked. I didn't.
Right, but they didn't come before the appeals board. These two properties did.
Those are recent sales with the same
Yeah, this is
type
Kathleen.
of conditions.
That's like, yeah, Devonzo's have a point, but they have a larger lot. So that could be why they're 0.8 to get their land value down, 10, right? The Devonzo's are at 1446 with the stars. So their land is, they've got they've got 0.84 acres. The subject property has 0.56 acres, and they're at a 0.9. And, Devonzo's are at a 0.8, but again, that's probably because their lot is bigger and they needed to get the land down. Again, you look at the value, right? And then you go and figure out what adjustments to put on it to get the land where you think so that the value of the property makes sense. So, I mean, that's right around the corner from me. The egress, there's a blue heron who lives in there. He walks on the sidewalk sometimes. It's really beautiful. There's ducks and stuff in there, but there is some trash that gets stuck in that space. I don't know how they get in there and clean it out or not, or if they've ever asked for any assistance with that. That certainly would help clean it up, because it is kind of a pretty area. And I think they're up really high because their driveway is very long.
Right.
Whether they could have access from Mayweed or not, I don't know, because a
Yeah,
lot of those
they
properties
do have access from Mayweed.
from Mayweed. So they could, there's a lot of tear downs on Mayweed, and they end up, with access from Mayweed, and then they face the other direction. They don't face the wetland, so it becomes a different property at some point in time.
I wouldn't compare those properties on Jennings. I wouldn't compare those to properties on Mayweed at all.
No,
Very
but
different.
From Mayweed, if they wanted to. Even Devonzo's at 1446, they have a driveway that comes in from Mayweed. But whether they could flip it around and make the property address on the other side, I don't know. But I mean, it's a long, narrow lot. They sit up really high. It's a long, awkward driveway. I guess the question is, would they sell in the What are they in the fives now?
Yeah, the value is
Yeah,
518.4, and then,
Which one are we doing first? We're doing 130.
1410 is, isn't it 481.5?
Yeah.
Yeah,
481.
right.
And what style house is? I can't even tell from the 1410.
It's a, I think they said it's a split level, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a split.
Split. 1410 is a split.
Did anyone see this, this comp on 1685? Is that really far away? That sold in August of 2020. Like the house is absolutely adorable. It just has 3 bedrooms, 1.5 bath. Isn't that the same as theirs?
On
13
Jenny?
Yeah, no, this is not a split though. This is a colonial. They put it on at 549. It could not sell. So it sold at 520, and it's colonial. It's absolutely adorable. So I don't know, like that's a cream puff, so to speak.
That's what that.
And that's on the
16.
side.
They
What
seems
number
like they've got a little. It's 1685. They have a little stream in their back, but that's more charming than a nuisance.
Yeah, and they were,
Yeah,
they
they're-
were on the side of the street, so it was just
Yeah.
basically a flat lot too. It wasn't like.
Yeah, I'm just saying like that, compare
Right.
that to a split
Right.
with a completely different lot. You can't compare, it can't be near that. But the house is similar, in terms of its square footage and stuff, but splits are just not valued the same. So it's not a colonial and it's not as nice of a lot. So, how do you mark that down? I don't know, 25 and 25 or something. What are they asking for? Go back to my
419.
I was
419.
thinking 419 and 429.
They're both split, right? Yeah.
I have to go, let me just double check.
Here's, let me see. Here's one on Jennings. They closed for 435 during the valuation period, and it's on the same side of the street, and it's
Number is that?
1728. It's not too much further down than 1410.
Oh, yep. I see it. Yep. That was my next one I was gonna look at. So
Are
that's
they accessing?
Cape.
Sorry, they're coming in from Jennings, right? I mean, they're coming in from Mayweed. They're using the Mayweed. Looking at the field card, looks like the photo's taken up the driveway, but the cars are parked towards Mayweed.
Oh, those driveways that come off of Jennings.
They
No,
have to, isn't
there's a
that where
driveway
the-
on Jennings. There is, but they do also have access from Mayweed. If you look in the
Mayweed. So make-
photos.
If I were you, if I were them, I'd just get rid of the driveway and, have all my access be from Mayweed.
But guys, we can't ask people to start altering that's not cheap.
I think value. It adds value that they could potentially do that, right? They don't have to drive up that long driveway. They just probably, looking the way their cars are, it looks like they probably come, in the picture, it looks like they're going to come in from Mayweed, not from the other way. But I don't, unless they said that, I don't.
Confused. I'm confused. Are we saying that they have access from Mayweed
They do
And-
have access from Mayweed.
and that
So
they'd
it's
have, but that's the back of the house, right?
Yeah.
They don't have access. Do they have access to the garage? Is there a garage and they have access from there?
No,
Yeah, yes,
So they can get into the garage from Mayweed.
yes, correct.
But I think I have to
two driveways.
can't have people start flipping houses.
I think if they didn't have that access, that would be a different story. But the fact that they can come in the other way.
From the Jennings Road side, can they get into their garage?
Yes,
They have doors on both sides.
Well, it's not, it's just the
I-
way the house is shaped, it,
I'm not sure about that.
access to both ways.
So
I don't know I don't know if they can get in the garage from Mayweed. I'm looking into that. I don't think so. I mean, I personally, because when we were campaigning, we walked up those driveways and went to those houses, and those garages, if I recall, are in the front. I don't know that they have.
Well, look at the picture on the field card.
Okay, let me look again.
try to find it.
I am looking at it
1420,
on the
1420.
GIS.
Oh,
Here's another thing, by the way, 1410 and 1420, if what the GIS is saying looks like is accurate, it looks like they share a driveway as well. Did they talk to you about that?
Yeah, it's a common driveway. Yes.
Oh, okay, well, that's a big thing. We need to know that.
Well,
Yeah,
I
people
said
don't like
that.
Peter did say that earlier. I heard.
Yeah.
I didn't, you know what? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. But I see, yeah, they're gonna have access from both ways,
Yeah.
both streets.
Yeah, but Peter, you're saying they have garage doors off the back of the house too, that they can come in that property from Mayweed and go into a garage from the back too? I don't think that's true.
It looks like it's a side garage, Helene.
Yeah, but I mean, then you'd have to, well, I don't know, then,
That makes sense to me, looking at it.
Do they have a backyard at all, or is this all the front yard?
No, they have a backyard. And he said it's like a 35, 40, 30 by 35 space.
30 by.
when I'm looking at the field car with 1410, it looks like the garage is in the front of the house.
The GIS has pretty good. If you look on the GIS, you can zoom down and see the houses. I don't know. I mean, I originally, because it's such a long driveway up from Jennings, I was going to say that that's complicated, but you know, the whole part about going across the water and everything, if they can get in from Mayweed and that's where their cars are, you know, they're parked facing that way, at least in the GIS picture, I think that adds a lot of value to their house. And Mayweed's one of those streets, you know, where there's been a decent amount of new constructions in the 9s and things in there. So not that a tear down
Yeah, but
would
this is
have
a
to be less.
Jennings, but it's a Jennings house.
But they have frontage on Mayweed, so could they change their address to Mayweed?
Did you see that? If you're talking about the frontage, it's like nothing. It's just a driveway. It's not like you can see the house. It's really small. Their frontage, I
Did you
think.
do a site visit on this, Peter?
Well, just walking by it. I didn't go up the driveway. I just, walked by it and looked there that way.
If that picture is accurate, they don't even use the garage.
Right.
For 1410, it looks like they don't use the garage. For 1420,
Yeah.
they use the garage.
It looks too small.
I mean, it looks,
Oh. I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling with it being, 481 and 5 something, because I'm looking at some of these other houses that look way nicer. But 419 seems a little on the low side.
Yeah, I think
I'd be
you're right.
somewhere in the middle. Just, if I may share that.
That water sits there it's kind of gross. It is.
listen, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but I also, these people have lived there for some period of time. It's not like that thing has changed. I mean, as far as I can remember, that's always been there like that. So, I mean, you know,
Yeah, but we can't, that could be just like, they may never have even known about appealing, and, and
Well,
that real estate agent said, by the way, do you know that you can actually appeal your taxes?
well, they knew enough to submit, you know, stuff back in 2007, you know, about asphalt and, you know, so.
Well, but you know, as assessments keep going up, that, you know, people all of a sudden start saying, oh, you know, this is getting
Yeah.
crazy. We need to appeal this. So
Yeah, I mean, I think my own parents never would have questioned quote authority unless someone like, I mean, the fact that this guy came out of Stanford says that it's some friend of a friend, somebody's friend. Otherwise, they would have picked someone local and pretended to sell and gotten a CMA.
Actually, it looks like they've had, I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like they had some changes previously. Is that correct? I'm looking at 1420's field card.
Okay,
It said,
where do you see that part?
so it said 2000 visit change history. I mean, maybe it said, I mean, they appealed in 3/11/2006. I can see that says no change, BAA.
Oh, right,
and
I
I'm
see
not
that
sure-
too.
Yeah. And then the other,
It says change, results from something, change value. Hmm.
say, you know, same
So
same
I-
coding on the other
All right,
one
I
too.
think-
Is anyone
I
interested in
think-
the part? No?
I don't
I-
like I mean, I don't comp. So,
Kathleen, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
yeah, I said, I don't really like the comps, the Reed Street, Edge Hill Place, those don't,
I
you
don't
know,
either.
I don't think that's accurate for the university area. This is pretty close, and because they're up the hill there, they're really close to the, you know, the houses that are in those couple of streets in there. So, you know, and with the access on Mayweed, they have the frontage on both sides. I just think I think those properties have some value to them, whether they're using their value or not, I don't know. And I don't know, and I wouldn't know where to put them, but I think those numbers are really low. So I think you guys either maybe need to suggest a new number, or we just need to vote. At least, what do we have, 1410 on the table, I think?
Yeah,
So 14.
can they even use that? Because I'm looking, they have a big fence across that whole backyard there. Yeah, I guess they do. It looks like I'm looking at the other property next door. It looks like they have a fence on Mayweed with a gate. All right, so what are we doing?
I'm not
Does someone
inclined to go for their value.
You're inclined to go for their value. Okay. Does anybody want, or people want either we do that or someone makes a motion to grant in part?
I could argue to grant in part at 450.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay. Then let's make a motion if it's to grant in part to a value of $450,000 for appeal number 113. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, Judy. All those in favor? I see 3,
I'm opposed.
4, 5. Okay, so Carol, you were in favor. I got yours, Kathleen.
Yeah,
Okay, so the motion passes to amend the requested value and grant in part to $450,000 with 5 in agreement and 1 opposed. Is that correct? And it's Peter that's opposed.
Yes,
Right. Okay. Now we're going to 114, right, Peter?
Yes. So,
Okay.
I mean, basically it's the same exact, you know, argument. So, I mean, if you want to come up with a number and grant in part. I mean, I really don't feel like they made their case. I mean, you know, I mean, I might consider some number, but I feel like the 450 was too low. But you guys, if you want to come up with a number, you know, go ahead and vote on
Now,
that.
how is this house different? I'm just looking at the one we just approved had a dwelling of 86, the appraised value was 86,000 and the land was 395. So, how does this other one?
Yes, the same
Yeah,
appraised amount. Same appraised amount, and it's owned by the same people, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
but-
truthfully, I don't know why it would be, you know,
Yeah.
Bigger, right? Is it 1597 square feet on this one?
I have, yeah, I mean, I have 1,057 square feet. So it's not, you know, it's just, you know, 20
But
square feet.
Oh, they're the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both the same, both have the
Same
same
acreage.
value.
I mean, you know, based on where it is, you know, farther down on the, you know, that's what caused that. I have no idea. I mean,
Peter, what's their ask?
No,
their ask is,
diff-
Oh, it is different.
429.
yeah, the square footage is different. The second one is 1,500 square feet gross living area, and the first one we did was 1,032. So this is a bigger house by 50% bigger.
Oh, really?
And they're
Oh,
split.
maybe okay.
1,032 on the one we just approved, and then the next one is 1,500 something. I just lost the card. Where did it go?
What's the appeal number in this one again?
114.
114.
114, okay.
1,600 square feet.
Actually, you're right. I'm sorry. I misread that. So,
Okay, well, it looks like that other pop-out part, maybe that's it. Looks like they hadn't, right, based on the.
Well, if we apply the same percentage that we did for the one next door, we'd come up to about 480, 485, 484.
Okay, let's do it, 485. That's,
Well, first, the motion on the table now is for the appellant's requested price. And did Peter make that and Paulette second that?
I'll second. I forgot to second. My mistake.
Okay, so now you're gonna make a grant in part motion?
suggesting it.
Okay, go ahead. Somebody go ahead.
Okay, I make a motion to grant in part for this appeal 114 for 485.
Second. All in favor? My hand is up. You see it? 1, 2. Oh, there I am. Okay.
and I'm opposed. I'm opposed.
You're opposed. Kathleen, I don't know what yours was. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, yes.
Yep,
Yeah,
the motion-
no, I'm in favor. This is Kathleen.
you're in favor. Okay. The motion passes. Appeal is granted to a value of, what was it, 485?
Yeah,
Yes.
With 5 in agreement and 1 opposed, and that was Peter.
interestingly, their land is appraised exactly the same, but this one's dwelling is higher and they have an outbuilding, so I feel good about that. Okay.
Okay. Kathleen, you're next. Which one do you want to do first? I have you down for,
Yeah, 116. So I was on mute. Get me down for 116.
so
Yeah, I just
116 is
wanted-
what? 116 is Ridgely Avenue, right?
Yes, I asked them to put a revised card in the backup. I just want to see if Paula did that today. Let's see. Revised, yeah. Okay, so I'll read this one into the record or make them, this is appeal number 116. The property address is 48 Ridgely Avenue, The owner of the property is Todd Hutchinson. The town has the property valued at $344,900, and he is requesting to be reduced to a value of $290,000. So I make a motion to grant the appeal and reduce the appraised value to $290,000.
Second. All in favor?
Well, no, that.
We
No,
haven't
no,
done
no.
that before.
Oh,
I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go.
I'll second. Okay, let's discuss it. I see here that Captain Fairfield, go ahead.
Oh my God, I
Yep.
see comps.
Yeah, so this property is, let's see, Ridgely Avenue is behind Scap Motors. It's parallel with Scap. It's one block behind. So it's actually the dead end of Ridgely as it heads up the hill. So the end of the street backs up to the Kohl's, or what was the old Kohl's building, whatever's there now, Aldi. So he's in that first block as you head up the hill if you had the Kohl's behind you. And he had one sold, he has a couple of solds that he put in for comps. I mean, he wrote up a lot about the house, first of all. He says it sways in windy conditions. Some damage from Superstorm Sandy. It was actually moved to the lot from the Scap property. It was moved across the street, and there was a garage already on the property from before. So they Scap or whoever, when they did it, they moved the house over there because now there's some parking for Scap. Saying his house is not insulated. It's very close to the neighbor's house. And if you look on the GIS, you can see. And then because the garage was added, the house was moved on there with the existing garage. He said it's very difficult to get into his garage. It's a 2-bay garage, so at least one of the bays very limited to get at the access. It faces the Scap parking lot, and that there is noise from the floor and decor with the trucks at night. There's a couple of abandoned and neglected properties on the street. 5 Ridgely Avenue is at the bottom of the street. You can see that the pictures of some of those. He's included some pictures in his backup.
Oh my
And
God.
he's just, yeah. So he presented, and then he did talk about the pandemic and the influence on his, ability. So really, the comps that he provided, 130 Ridgely sold for $290. I think that was maybe a foreclosure. I'm not sure. He says it's a same size dwelling, and the town has it appraised at $321. And then 42 Ridgely, which is next door to him. There's a picture. I asked for the field cards for some of these to be added, so you'll see the picture for 42 Ridgely next door. That sold for $378, but it's over 30% larger. It's the one in the backup that kind of has the stone wall in front of it. It's much nicer inside.
Does that house also sway with the wind? I mean, honest to God, I think the guy's asking for, I think he's being very reasonable. That's all I gotta say.
The house
Yeah,
next door, that was a flip, and that sold originally for $250 in February of 2019, and then in September of 19, it resold for $378. So in the original edition, before it was all remodeled, it sold for $250.
Which one?
Right.
42.
Okay, I see 130 Ridgely for $290. It's being sold as is, cash only. So
Mhm.
this doesn't sound like a great area. It was Aziz.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, it was.
So I think that's a low sale. So that's where he
Aw.
came from, his number from that, and that was my original thought, that he came up with the new 290 primarily from that because it's a low sale, and then his neighbors at 370. So he does come up the hill a bit. So as you drive up the hill, it gets away from the Scap. But so anyway, so I had the assessor's office go out and look at his garage. It had been 90% good, and it was rated as without somebody going on the property. I just want to see I haven't seen what it came down to when so the property, the garage, I think was originally around $20,000. So they took the garage down to a value of $12,600, put it 70% good, and put garage poor, which is an FGR3. So they already took some off of the card already with the card correct, or if we approve it, it went from $344,900 with the garage changed to $336,000 800. So that's, you know, technically where he is right now with that, without doing, you know, any more internal inspection or anything, which he didn't ask for. So 336, 800, and he's asking to go to 290. So
I mean,
he
I'm
went
just
with a
looking at the 291. I mean, that is, it sounds like, I don't know why it's not being demolished. Maybe it is. It says attention builders, needs remodeling.
Yeah.
Sold as is, cash offers. So, and it's Aziz, and he sold it as well. So we know it's
Right.
a
That makes sense. It makes sense at 290 in you know, now,
So-
because in 2019, 42 went for 250, and that was a total remodel.
yeah. So if I don't know how his compares, but if it's better, certainly his request for 290 might be like decent. I mean, if not too low,
I
too
actually,
high.
I actually drove over there. Like, I had a ride over there. I can't drive, but coming back from the lab the other day, we decided to go up there and look. And it is where Kathleen says, it's on that dead end part of it. It's not that many houses up from the dead end part. There's a beautiful house right at the dead end on one side, and across is the disgusting, gross house that's on unkept property. I'm sure it's abandoned, although there is a raccoon that lives there and some homeless guy, I think. So it's not truly not lived in. It's just abandoned. But let's go back to his. He has no driveway except for one little patch of pavement that one car could fit on in the front. The rest of it is dirt and grass. Just drive on that to get into the back. The garage, in my opinion, is way worse than 70%. The house might be in the way. I didn't go on his property because I wasn't invited on. So I did it from the street and I did it from the neighbor's property. And not only is the house close, but if you look at the picture, there's a picture of it. That garage bay is being held up by 2x4s. So you certainly to park.
Yeah, the assessors included a picture of the area, and they measured how close the garage was to the house, and it's about 9.5 feet on the right corner. I'm trying to find, I saw it earlier today because I asked the neighbor bill card. So yeah, if you look at like 27, page 27 or 26, you'll see how, you know, you can see the streets running right to left in the front in the house. You please look for the 9.94, and you can see how the garage is sited, you know, compared to the house. You can also see on slide page 26 how close it is to the neighbor to the right, which obviously that's because, as he said, it was moved to the property. And the sale for 378 is the one right next to it, the roof that he's looking at next door. So that's the 378 sale. And then Aziz is probably further up the street at
the town. What is the town saying about the garage? That it's 70% good?
They took it down and took about, the garage was, because I looked at it, I said, you know, what's holding a lot of value on that property is the garage. So it was about 20,000. So they took it down to a value of 12,000.
So
Their opinion was that
they took $1,000. Yeah, let me tell you, not only can you not use it and it's falling apart with the 2x4s holding it up, the roof is old, the whole garage is old, and one whole side of it, the siding is off and the tie back is flapping in the breeze. That's swaying in the breeze there. So I don't think that garage is worth $12,000. The whole thing needs to be done. I don't even know, you know, we couldn't go in it. I don't even know what the sill plate looks like or anything, but it does not look good. So if we're looking for a 290, I would agree that based on that garage, taking it down $8,000 is not enough. It's just not enough. There's some pictures.
They said without an inspection and interior, you know, without actually going on.
You don't need to go in the garage. That's baloney. Because you don't need to go.
That's the best they can.
You don't need to go in that garage to see. Here's a picture with a broken window. Let's see. That's my brother's side. He said he wouldn't even go in that garage because he was the one that took me over there.
Still can't get past that the house sways.
Okay.
I cannot get past that. And I'm going to tell you, for any of us realtors here or anybody here, hey, Kathleen, you want to buy this house? It's a great deal. The house moves a little bit in windy weather. Is that okay with you? You can do it by that?
I'm fine with 290. I mean, seriously.
M two.
Look at the
Yeah.
picture. Look at the picture that the town took.
I don't want to argue about it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the picture of the side of the garage. You can see the roof is old. The shingles are split in half and hanging off. The tie deck is blowing. There's no shingles on most of the garage side. The framing on the other side doesn't look too, I mean, this is a mess. There is no way this is a $12,000 building. No way. And without going in, you don't have to go in. Who would go in? I wouldn't step in there. I don't think it'll stay up.
So are we ready to vote?
I'm-
Well, I'm not sure I want to go to the 290 foreclosure sale, but I would be willing to go like to
It wasn't a
305.
foreclosure. Oh, wait, let me clarify that.
It was not? Okay, I thought it was a short sale or something, no.
No, it's not bank owned. It just was not a nice house and being sold as is.
And
No,
it's-
Yeah,
it's
his
not.
house, I mean,
It's
if you look
number
at his field
Two
card,
sold 250.
yeah, his house, I think on the inside, if you look at his field card, I do think, it was remodeled. I gotta find the card again.
The
Where's
house
card?
moves. What are we having this conversation for?
I don't know what that means. You know what that means?
It'll lull him to sleep.
It
mean,
means that they probably
is-
didn't do a good job when they moved it originally, which is
Yeah.
why it's not sure it's
That's what I'm
properly on
thinking.
its footings.
Yeah, they just plopped it there. They didn't really pay attention.
Oh, no.
It's gonna be a
Yeah.
tear down.
I don't know. Well, yeah, something's gonna happen there.
Might
And,
be.
yeah, I don't like to say this because it's rude and it sounds elitist, but I cannot see value in that street. He's right. I went on the street. I'm on the first floor. He's saying that from his second floor too, he has a view. His big view is the roof and the skylight of Kohl's, what used to be Kohl's. I could see that from the ground, so I'm sure he could see it. And people live where they live for reasons, but you can't keep raising property values in neighborhoods like that where the value does not go up. There are places where the value does not rise because of the conditions. If you went to that street, you had a customer that went there, when they saw that abandoned, dilapidated house, the vacant lot with all the garbage in it, which by the way, I think the town owns and they need to clean up, and some of the other stuff that's going on there, you wouldn't want to live there. I'd be hard pressed to say, I want to invest money here. Never mind that I would not want to put my money there because I don't believe it would hold value. So I think for a lot of reasons, he's made his case and he's got a point.
I'm fine. I'm good.
Him too.
Me
I'd
too.
rather see it above, but I'd rather see him a little bit above 3, but just because the neighbor's 378 fixed up.
Kathleen, you want to buy that house for 300?
Maybe.
You want to
It's a
buy
smaller
it for
house.
I don't think you want to buy it for 290.
All right,
You
let's
might
just
need
vote.
to take like Dramamine. Isn't Dramamine for seasickness?
I mean, stay in it, yeah. On a windy day.
Alright.
Okay, let's take a vote.
Let's take a
All
vote.
those-
All those in, all
Go
right, go
ahead.
ahead. You're the
No,
chair.
go ahead.
Call it.
Go ahead. You
All right,
go.
all those in favor of reducing the appraised value to $290,000. Raise your hand.
Unanimous.
I
Unanimous.
see 4 of us. I didn't see Peter. And
Kathleen,
Peter's up. Carol?
Yep.
Okay, so I think that's unanimous if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yes.
Was your hand up, Kathleen? I think it was. Yes,
yes,
okay.
it was.
Okay, the appeal's granted, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Frightening little neighborhood there. Okay, let's see. Next is what, Kathleen? 111?
85 maybe?
Want to do
Can we do
85? next?
85?
Or you can do 85.
But that's what's next on my pile, but I'll do whatever. Yeah, let's do 85. It's a similar idea.
Okay.
So this is appeal number 85. The property is address is 34 Judd Street. The owner of the property is Frank Fioretti Jr. The appellant was also Frank Fioretti Jr. The town has the property valued at $367,700, and he's requesting a reduction to $285,000. So I make a motion to grant the appeal and reduce the appraised value to $285,000. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, so this house, it is a rental. He rents it off and on. Sometimes, right now, he has an at-will tenant or a monthly tenant in there for $1,600 a month. But he really did not provide any, sales comps or anything else other than to describe the condition of the property. And if it's on Judd Street, but it's the very last, if you're coming from Stilson or North Benson or whatever. It's the very last house on the left, so it backs right up to the little shopping strip there where Mediterranean Pizza is.
Oh, yep.
So literally, it backs up to the parking lot there. So the dumpsters for those restaurants are right along the side of his house. It might even be a shared driveway. It'd probably be a good one for you to look up on the GIS. So it's a cape. I have the bill card here. It's a so it does have a condition factor already on the land of 0.9 for commercial influence. It does have a fence along the rear from the parking lot. The land is valued at $290. The house is valued at $77. He said the house has never been updated. It needs a ton of things. 1940s bathrooms, the same sinks and wiring. There's lots of rodents from the dumpsters. No air conditioning, oil. It is a really nice street, but right where he is, it's not, he actually owns the shopping plaza. So he said the whole area was developed by his father-in-law. It looks like the same name is on the shopping plaza. Not that that matters, but it is adjacent to his thing. Very close to Black Rock Turnpike. He said it's not good for kids or pets. And he said, if you could do something, it would be great. He said he'd be happy to work with us. It's a nice place to walk to other.
He also owns that building next door where Fred's is, right?
I said, I think he owns the plaza too, and he owns this property. Yeah. So he's at 367,700, and he wants to go to 285. It is it's a 0.13 acre lot. So without the comps, I don't really know, if you looked at comps on Judd Street, you're going to find, things much higher than the 367 where he's at. But his is probably the fact that, it does share the driveway and he has not been maintaining it. He said sometimes there's been police action in the house at other times when he's had different tenants. He lives in New York. He lives in Rye, New York. It was a phone hearing. And the land is valued at $290. I don't know if it's zoned commercial, could he use it as could it be part of the parking lot for the shopping plaza? Maybe Paulette would be able to answer that one better based on the zone.
Well,
I don't know.
you can, if you wanted to, you could take your whole property and pave it. And then I guess you could park on it. So there's no law, there's no rule about that. Technically, it wouldn't really be residential anymore, but I don't know that there's a reason why you can't park there. But I also don't know, because I don't know. Yes, you can do that to your own property, but there's a house on it. If you take the house down, I don't know, you might need a zoning change to commercial
Right.
for that.
But if you
Property.
yes, aerial, you can see, it's kind of like the driveway behind the shopping plaza is shared with his driveway. There's no real, he's got a garage, but there's no real separation, and then he's got the parking lot for whatever backs up. Was it Moritz or something on the other side, whatever that street is? I think it's Moritz.
Yeah, and across from commercial too. He's surrounded
by
Yeah. Two
So
sides
he's
by a
probably-
parking lot.
What?
Yeah,
He's surrounded on two
behind-
sides by a parking lot.
Yeah. I don't know how he came up with his price, that's all. We did not talk about anything. He just came up with a number of 285. And the land is valued at 290.
I'm just Googling.
thoughts?
Well, right now it's a residential property. It's a small lot, and I don't see the value of 290 there. I'd see it as less. If it were to change, then that could change. But as it stands right now, for what it's being used for and for what it's coded as, I think 290 is a lot of money for that size property in that location, surrounded by all commercial properties. And again, it's not like you could just knock the house down and do it. I'm sure you'd have to get a zoning change to convert that to commercial. I don't think the neighbors would be happy. I don't think it'd be, it wouldn't be one of those, oh, I could just do it thing. He doesn't have any comps, so that's a problem. So I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I'd like to help him,
I don't know.
but he has no comp.
I feel the same way. It's unfortunate. He didn't give anything. It's like, here's a number. It's a PFA method. That's what he used. Pluck from air. Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what everybody, what do you guys think about it?
It reminds me of the one we did over by Villa Avenue where he was right on that busy corner, you know.
Yep.
Did that person provide comps? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
And I don't even remember what we did. I think we granted that appeal.
Interesting. Nothing has sold on Judd in the past 2,000 days. Wow, that's near him. It's all much higher numbers. So, I mean, that's just Judd in and of itself. I'm surprised. I thought I would find something. Guess the closest one is 177. Those are,
But I think that's too high.
yeah, those are too far. Those are way far away. I don't know. He's an anomaly.
The Moritz house that's probably a similar street if there's any sales on Moritz, right?
I'm looking at that right now. Who just said that?
Yeah.
Kathleen.
Yeah. So as per
The
the
house across the
MLS,
street is appraised at this, appraised, I mean, I'm not saying it's appraised at the same, you know, so that's 31 Judd. The land is appraised at the same as that. It has, I mean, similar like commercial, you know, property, you know, that it backs up to.
Which one?
31 Judd. So it's
Oh,
on,
you're
it's on
looking on
sale.
vision appraisal? If you're saying 31 Judd is, you know, because sometimes if they don't have the comps for sales, they've provided us with, you know, I'm out of whack compared to everybody else. We don't have the data to say what everyone else is unless we start searching.
No, he just filled out the form and, you know, we had a nice
Yeah.
conversation about how his
He's winging
father-in-law developed all on
I don't
on
think he
Judd
put a lot
Street.
of thought into it, to be honest.
Yeah.
And and as a result, you know, we're sitting here trying to,
we can't do that for somebody, for one person, and
I
not do it
know.
for everybody else.
I know, I do see 31 Judd. I'm looking at what Peter said. The land is valued at 290. It's the same.
Well, I'm ready to vote. I hate to say it, but I am.
I mean,
I made one mention of something to help them. And I know the house, it closed in 2014. I know it's 2014, up the ante a little bit, but this was on Moritz, and this was the first house in Moritz. It was very similar type of property, and that closed at 257.5 in 14. So could you add money to that? Can you adjust that for the years? Yeah, you could. And I know that house that was actually a little bit better location than this one because
What's
it's
it
not
appraised at
bordered on
now?
two sides.
what's
Pardon?
it, what, can you click to see what it's appraised at now?
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on one second. I was just looking at the. Bear with me. Now I'm gonna get to the parcel. Hold on. Oh shoot! I just lost it. Hold on. No, wait a minute.
Well, I'm in vision appraisal. I can look it up. What's the
Okay,
address?
I'm gonna do it right now. I think they tore that down. Just one second. Did they? Let me just double check. No. No, I see a sale at 250 on 2011. The tag, the appraisal, the total assessed value It's 285, 460. The
Assessed?
land value is 225, 540. These are the assessed value.
Wait, hold on. The land is 245 assessed?
The
that
land
land is
is
350.
225, 540 assessed, and the
Okay.
building is at 59,920.
Okay, so that translates to a land value of 350. And his and number 31 were 290.
Did you guys take a look at that one on Moritz? Can you see what I'm talking about? How very similar it was? I know it's years ago, but it's a very similar property.
And what number on Moritz?
45. Oh, it's 46 is the one. Okay, 45 is, yeah, that's bordered on one side by the property, by the land. 45 and number 46, either one of those. 40, I just quoted 45 and I apologize. It's bordered on one side by parking lot. Same parking lot that he borders. But he's a little further, 45 is a little bit better property, a little bit better location.
Yeah, all those land values are in the threes. Hey, this guy lives on Woods End Road.
No, he doesn't. Does he?
Let's go.
That's who owns this?
I'm just looking, 45 Moritz Place, Lesko, who lives on 96.
My buddy, I grew up with his wife. She still lives on the street. Nice family.
Well,
Oh,
so are you saying it's very similar or because he's bordering?
He's better.
on
Moritz
both
is better.
sides? Yeah, so Moritz is better. So I'm just saying,
Right.
like, as a perspective, his land seems in line, just but with our passing here, I'm not seeing anything egregious compared to some other area, some of these comps. They're not sales comps. I'm just looking at other homes.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I mean, I drove by it a couple of times. It is really close to that house, and the dumpsters are literally like against his house. But he also owns the strip place, right? He also owns the restaurant plaza, so that
Yeah.
because it's not clean.
Well,
he
you have
doesn't
to figure that he doesn't. You got to take that out of the equation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the condition of it.
hey,
That's probably.
I understand what she's saying. He's complaining about the stuff, but he owns it, so he's capable of correcting that condition. He complains, oh, this is here. Well, move it. It's your property. So I get that piece of it. I agree with Kathleen on that.
I mean, if you just look at, tapes in Tunx's Hill there that sold in the valuation period, I just saw 3 right off the bat, in Old Stratfield Road, Knapp's Highway, and Villa Avenue. He didn't use any of those. He didn't give us any.
I think we've spent a lot of time on this
I
trying to
think
help.
we're done.
guys.
I think his land is okay.
Needs to be done because we have to move on. We have a lot of other appeals. We spent a lot of time helping the guy who provided us with nothing. So I'm ready to vote if somebody wants to make a motion.
I mean, I made a motion, so I can call for the vote. All those in favor of granting the appeal and reducing it to $290,000, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. I think it's unanimously opposed was what I'm seeing.
Great.
0,
So
6. The appeal is denied.
appeal is denied.
The
Yep.
vote is
0,
And we-
6. Right?
0.
Yep. Okay, next. Kathleen, which one's on next on your pile?
Let's see, let me get rid of this already. I have 700 Encore Road.
What appeal number?
Sorry, appeal number 111.
Okay.
Kathleen, why are we doing number 86? Is that yours too? That's his property. It's right near there. We're already talking about that, right?
have it on my list for tonight, but I can look at it and see what 86 was. Well, let me take my filters off. Hold on. What was 86?
Oh, that's a commercial. That's why you don't have it on your list. Okay. So,
Never mind.
all right, forget it. All right, next.
Okay, now I just lost it. What number did
111.
I say? 111.
111.
Okay.
700 Uncle Road.
Yeah. So this is appeal number 111. The property address is 700 Road. The owner of the property is Marianne Rosito. The appellant was also Marianne Rosito. The town has the property valued at $1,605,100. She's requesting a reduction to $1,450,000. So I make a motion to grant the appeal and reduce the appraised value to $1,450,000 as requested by the appellant.
Second.
Okay. So let's see, what am I doing here? I just need to find it again. A minute. What is it, 111? So, yeah, so she, you can, I'm sure you know which house this is. It's at the corner of Barlow Road and Uncor Road. It was basically taken down pretty much to the foundation. They did leave the studs. They left some gambrel overhang on the house. But it is the corner lot there at the three-way stop for the entrance for Ludlow High School. I asked her, it's 4,700 square feet, but but it looks like it's a 3-bedroom. It does have a gunite pool. She said it's a very busy corner, traffic stop signs, schools, noisy, and there are wetlands in the back. There's some of those Winton Park drains on her property in the back, but she was able to put the pool in. She did say that, it's nice inside, but she used some Home Depot tile in it. It's nothing that's over the top in terms of gold finishes and super high-end detail, but it is large square footage. And because she said, I guess it's been moving along in terms of completeness. So last year when she saw it on her bill or whatever, it seemed right to her. But then when she got the CO or when it was final, it came up much higher. It came up to the 1.6, and she thinks that that's just too high for the property. So she said she also doesn't like that they marked it as brand new construction, because she said there's a letter in the backup from the contractor who says that they saved at least 30% of the property by saving the studs and the framing in the basement and some of the other parts of the house. So she doesn't think it should be valued as new construction because it was technically a remodel. And she doesn't know why the age changed. But she didn't like that happened. I asked her about sales comps, and she said there really are nothing that she could comp. So mostly she compared what her assessed value was to the other, or appraised value to the other appraised values in Winton Park. She provided a map of those properties where she was looking at what they're appraised at, and she didn't think that she should be, that's too high.
I have a question. You're saying that this house was remodeled and they classify it now as a building of 2020?
This is Kathleen, yeah. This has happened in the beach area. We've seen a few of these in the beach area too, where they literally take them all the way down, basically to the foundation. And so when they will do that with some of them, but
They didn't do that.
Ross here,
No.
or what the reason for, but they do. So if basically it's a brand new house, they will change the year built on the house. And in this case, they did it on this one, but she's saying they left 30% of it, and therefore that should not have happened to this house. She didn't really want a new construction house because it's been in her family for a long time. So she's upset that they did that. The history of the property is of importance to her. It was owned, purchased, and developed by her dad. Yeah,
I also
the
think
original,
it being built in 2020 is impacting the value of that home just by them changing the year, because that's considered excellent condition. Is the field
Yeah,
card?
that should
it
not
was down to the
classified.
stud. It
I-
was open, like
House being
you could
built.
see through that.
Sorry. Yeah,
That's
Garrett,
okay. You could see it done.
and
It was,
they didn't take down walls, the exterior walls. The frame of that house was, they added on to it, I think, but the frame of that house was remained intact. So that should not be classified as a built in 2020. I don't think.
Yeah, that would upset me.
I mean, we can ask the assessor to change it back to the 1960 date and see what, completely remodeled and see what happens with it. Or that could just be part of, it's too high. I mean, again, I guess what we really need to look at is, I know for sentimental reasons too, she wants it to be 1960. She does not want it to be 2020. That was not her intention. So he may be able to do that in some way, but I still think we need to decide, because she just comped the appraised values of the property in the neighborhood. She didn't really give us any sales data. So I guess we need to decide, is $1.6 million too high? Did she prove her case with the sales, with the values of the other properties in Winton Park?
I
Well,
think,
she's got a land value of 534,000 and the house is valued at $1 million. $1 million for that.
I think that we can't really say, did she prove her case with sales? Because in this case, her real issue is that they're classifying the house as new construction, and based on how it was done, it is not new construction.
Right.
The foundation remained, and you really only have to have a foundation in one wall. She had the foundation in several walls. So she technically is correct. She should not be classified as a 2020 build. So I think we do have to bring this to the assessor and let him evaluate it based on the fact that it's a 1960s. What the improvements, just like you do on any other renovation.
Yeah, and
So we
also the
have to do
house is 6,200 square feet. So if the dollar per square foot is valued as a 2020 home, it's going to have a big impact on this house because it's 6,200 square feet.
Well, this is Kathleen, but the grade, often what they'll do is if they want to get to the value, they just up the grade on the property. Like that's the other way you do it. So you look at the grade, right, Peter, and maybe Paulette or Jeter remember that too, the depreciation code as well as the grade. So she's a grade 8. If you look on the property card, it's the third number under 700 Uncor Road. So they graded it as an 8, and the grade does, and the kitchen and bath, styles. It is a bedroom, but she does have the pool is valued at 64,000. She's got the whirlpool valued at 9,000. And then value for the extra. So her outbuildings are 73,000.
That's fine. I get
That's
that.
fine.
That's
I'm not
fine.
Yeah.
that. What
So
does
we-
she
I guess,
doesn't live
but what do
there,
you
right?
think doesn't have it, again, she looked at the ratios of the other properties and came up with her number. That's how she came up with it. So we can certainly have them do that, but do you have a ballpark of where you think it should be? You think it's $1.6 million house? Do you think it's I think she's probably.
No. And I have to say, I'm going to say it's not $1.6 million house based on the fact that that's the number the town chose, calling it a 2020 build. Okay. So I have to say, no, that's not right. I don't know that it is.
Yeah, and the busyness. To sell 1.6 for that corner, with the school and the noise of the buses and the kids, and
I don't think we can give him a number in this case because it's wrongly coded as a 2020 build. He needs to go back, change it to a 1960 or whatever it was, 66 build. They need to go in there. She has to let them in, otherwise it won't work. That's up to her. They have to be let in there to look at the finishings. If she said she used cheap stuff inside, that would affect the value too. So they have to be able to get in. They must.
Also, haven't there been sales in Winton Park?
Well, there have been sales in Winton Park, but it isn't an issue. To me, it's not an issue of the sale. It's an issue of wrongly coded means it needs to be corrected. And then we can look at the value. And then we can say, okay, a 1966 house renovated, this is what, now we can look at sales comps. And if we want to say at that point, well, she didn't make her case, she didn't give us sale comps, that's another story. But the first thing that has to happen has to be coded properly for us to even
Right. Let's see what the number is.
What do you guys think?
That's fine.
Yeah, I think if you're going to look at, again, he's going to, it's helpful if we give him where we want to be. I think there were a couple sales on Unclewood, those new construction houses on the right-hand side as you come up. It's not as nice. There are a couple of recessed ones there. I don't remember when those sold, but those are large colonials kind of on a shared drive.
But is she part of Winton Park? She is, right?
Yes. Yep,
She's
yep,
part of the association.
yeah, but she's on Uncwood. She's not, she's
Yeah.
not inside the park,
No,
outside the park.
Right.
But she is part of the association,
The map is
Yeah, and
actually helpful, guys. Page number 5, because I just like to see summaries instead of people just throwing pages and pages of different houses. And at least this map on page 5 shows, I'm assuming these are these appraised values that she hand wrote.
yes,
Yeah. So we can visually see here the values go from 1, 2 up to, what's the highest? 1,595. That's okay. And that's dead in the middle of the whole Winton Park, the quietest of the quiet. So we already know the number's wrong.
well, my opinion on this. I think Winton Park's way under assessed. In general, the Morton's house at $1.4 million, that's 5,200 square feet. That's and I think the park is low, but regardless, her at $1.6 million because of where she is on the corner. I think that I'm feeling she's probably right because it's so big and she does have the pool, but it is a really busy corner. So if you want me to have him change it to a 1960, he's going to, if the depreciation and everything else is going to change on the age because it's been all remodeled. So he could still get it right at 1.6 by changing it to 1960 and doing something else with it, right? Because a completely remodeled house is going to be very different. So
That's true.
I mean,
but we can
her
say,
numbers about right. You think
Well, we can-
$1,450,000 about right?
well, yeah, that's true. We could look at it and say, look, we believe her value is correct at 1,450, but you need to change it to a 1960s
Yeah.
house.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that.
You can do that.
Let's get a number for it and approve it and ask him to get around, to get $1,450,000, but make sure that it goes back, assuming she's got the letter from the builder in there who said he kept 30% of,
Yeah.
of the construction cost. So I can't imagine that at 30% they could call it new.
Okay.
And that was really upsetting to her. So I think that getting that fixed while we, I don't think it would go in, November, whatever, October 2020 for $1.6 million. I don't think so.
No.
Okay, so I will do that. So we'll bring it back. Is that what you want me to do?
Well, no, I thought we said we were going to, well, I guess we have to bring it back for the card change, but I guess I thought we decided that we would give her the 1,450 and ask him to change the condition. I mean, the year bill.
Because I think the land's probably about right with the wetlands on it. It is a larger lot, but I think it's all in the house, right? We want him to
Yep.
bring the house down.
Okay.
All
All right. So go ahead.
I don't feel about that. I lived there for 20 years. I think that's the right number, but. We take a vote, all in favor, going to 19 and getting it to $1,450,000. Raise your hand.
Unanimous.
Unanimous?
Favor.
Okay.
Yep.
Passed, still granted, unanimously. Very good. Next.
We'll take care of that one. I've got one more on my list anyway. Number 99, appeal number 99.
Yeah.
The property address is 9 Old Mill Road. The owner of the property is the Sturgis Cottage LLC. The appellant was attorney Robert Russo. The town has the property valued at $566,600, and they're requesting a reduction to $450,000. So this is a few years ago. If you know where the Sturgis Cottage is on Mill Plain Road, there was a carriage house / garage behind it. Not the carriage house is over to the left, but this is actually on Old Mill Road. The street address is Old Mill. And so they separated the property off and made a house out of it. And now the family lives, and they remodeled the garage, turned it into a a living space, and they live in there and they rent out the main house, but it is its own, building lot. The property is 0.40 acres. And there is an appraisal in the package done by, is it Dan Conti does all the Russo appraisal, so it's a Dan Conti appraisal. I just want to call it up. I don't have it in front of me here.
What's the
appeal
number again?
Yeah, it's
Appeal-
appeal number 90.
What? 99?
I'm sorry, yes,
99.
99.
And the motion on the floor is to accept the appellant's offer, right? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Kathy. So I make a motion to grant the appellant's request and reduce the appraised value to $450,000.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. So I can walk you through, like I said, they rent out the main house. They live in here. It's 0.4 acre lot. They did there is an appraisal in there. There's no photos of the interior of the house. It was all remodeled. And I didn't love the comps that they used. They used Henderson Road. They used 190. I need my other glasses. 199 Henderson, which backs up to the highway. It's actually, I checked to see which one it was, and it sold for $405. It's a, where is that here? It's a colonial on a larger lot. So they adjusted, not so much for the land on that one, but it does back up to the highway. 21 Ludlow Court is a small cape,
Good one.
stone cape with under, it's kind of one house off of the train station parking lot. 955 Mill Plain Road is an older home on the left-hand side, older aged home. So
those, yeah, the last two were good. I would have used those. Especially that, the 955, when was that built? Doesn't say in this.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't say, but they give it.
1914.
Oh, yeah, 19, yeah.
Go.
1900 is theirs, 1914, 1939, and 1946.
Yeah.
right. So I personally didn't like those comps. I thought Henderson Road, I think this is a much better location. Like the properties on Old Mill Road sell for $1 million. It's a 0.4 acre lot. The town has the land valued, at $446. There were a couple other comps that he didn't use that I thought were much closer. Instead of using Henderson, I thought he should have used, it's 1001 Umpqua, which is right on the corner there. That sold for $595 in October 27, 2020. And that looks very much like the one that backs to the highway, but it sold for $595 on that busy corner of Umpqua and Mill Plain Road. No, not Mill. Is it Mill Plain? Yeah, Mill Plain.
Yeah, but this property,
That was a nice house, I remember.
this subject property is like a garage house. It's,
I know.
Really?
The garage.
It's
Oh.
a garage, and they
I mean,
do a two-bedroom.
one on Ludlow Court and Mill Plain Road were real houses, not a garage house. And they, so, and I
Isn't
think
it all about the land and tiny, a piddly amount for the building? Isn't it mostly land that we're trying to value here?
It is. Yeah, it's 0.4. If you look at the lots on, look at any of the lots on Old Mill, those properties, they sell for over $1 million. I know there was a tear down over on Umpqua that sold for, the land alone going in the higher fours. So I just, I pulled a bunch of comps that I thought he should have used. I just think he pulled really bad location comps and did not for that, because I think the location of that piece of property is very valuable. There was, there's another.
I disagree. I don't think it's the same as
It's a two-story.
Old Mill, because you're kind of right there where across from the driveway of the backside of Ludlow and the corner of the
All the
Carlton
parks.
And I mean, I feel like you need to get past that intersection there to get into Old Mill. I don't think this should be, this equates with the rest of the properties on Old Mill.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I think he picked Henderson because it's noisy with the highway, and you can compare that to sort of the very commercially aspects of this location.
And I agree that Henderson's not the greatest comp, but Ludlow Court is, and Mill Plain Road too. I think both of those are good comps.
Yeah, and again, yeah,
I 1001 Uncle is a better comp. That's right on the corner, and it
actually,
right, and that's all. Yeah, and
What's
the
the
other
thing valued at?
What's that?
What's the building valued at?
On the subject property?
Yeah, I'm just looking on the field card. The
What?
land, I just want to know what the land is and.
Yeah, 115. The land's at 446, and the dwelling is at 115, and then there's an outbuilding valued at 4100 to come to the 566.
What number
So-
did you say on Umpqua?
1001. It's on the corner. It's
Oh.
that white house on the corner, and it's a busy corner, and it sold for $595 in October of 2020.
is that the
And
one?
the house,
That was a real
It's
house.
Super
That was-
cute.
Wait a minute, isn't that the one that has a little like a semicircle driveway?
Yes.
Oh my God,
I
that
showed
house
that.
is incredible inside.
Oh my God, my
Yeah.
people.
But it was a real house. It wasn't like garage underneath.
No,
and
I
then
know.
That's
You
it's
know-
only got a 1-car garage. Actually, it's a 2 because
it's a real house.
it has a really nice backyard.
yeah.
It's a location, but the house itself, I think Tom Mason redid that house. He took some of the original features and left it, but it is gorgeous inside.
Yeah,
It's not-
my people
like-
wanted it badly.
Yeah.
1001. You're looking at the wrong one. I don't think you're looking at 1001, are you?
Yes.
I think it's a white
Yeah.
siding house.
It's a what?
I thought it was white aluminum siding, and it's right on the corner. Maybe I'm
Oh, I-
looking at the wrong.
And it sold for $595, right?
Wrong house. I do have the wrong house because this does not have aluminum siding on it.
No.
Is that split with the? No, that's Mill Plain.
No. It's just, I mean, the only thing that I think compares there is just the busy corner. But
You know the other.
It's built in 1900. It's a 2-bedroom. It's like I don't know.
yeah, it's
It's
Not a regular house.
garage.
It's not a garage. No, it's not a garage. They turned it in. It's a 2-story. If you look at the field card, it's a 2-story house. It's very small, but it's not a garage anymore.
No, they're
It's
calling
all house.
Right, but it was, and now it's,
Yeah.
now they get it into a house.
And-
I just, yeah.
Yep.
You also have to
Yeah,
consider when you talk about how busy it is there, the factors with the Ludlow driveway and the Carlton. Remember that there's an assisted living facility on that property of Carlton, which increases the traffic and increases ambulances, the commercial vehicles bringing supplies. Those ambulances going in and out of those people fall. You got to call an ambulance. So it's a lot busier there than it used to be. So I think
Yep,
we have to
I-
look at that as far as location.
So the other one that looks like it, so I think that 1001 on the corner is a really busy corner. That's the comp that bothered me, that he didn't use that one right in the reval period on the corner. And then 674 Mill Plain is a similar looking house. It's much bigger, but that sold for $800,000 just before the reval period. And that's the other one. Tom
well, that's
Doherty's
why
old
he didn't
house,
use it.
674 Mill Plain, and that sold for $800,000. It's a very similar. It's much bigger, but it looks it has the same curb appeal, and it's on that busy section of Mill Plain before you get to the intersection.
Which one
It
do you
backs up.
say has the same curb appeal? Which one?
I think it's 674 Mill Plain. They look the same. It's an older property. I'm just saying in terms of visually, that's a similar looking home.
Oh,
No, that was gorgeous inside. Very, very different house. Very different
Yeah.
house.
Talking about the lot. I'm talking about the lot and the way that it looks and the busy of that area. That's all. I'm
that
not
was
seeing the.
Doherty's
He
house.
could not use that. It's so far
Not even close.
I would
Not even
never
close.
think a appraiser could use
No,
that one. I'm
never.
sorry. It's just,
No, from a curb appeal, no, not as a comp, just to say from a curb appeal, that style of house in that neighborhood that looks like an old carriage house. It probably was
Not
one that was
even
converted.
close. No, not
right.
even close. The other one looks like a garage apartment for a teenager.
Yeah,
Even though the garage is now living area, if that's what you're saying, that's what it looks like. This one
Once
looks
you
like
got
a
back
really cool
into-
barn. There's no comparison.
once you got back
Okay.
once you got past that front gate on the Mill Plain Roadhouse, that was the Doherty's house. Kathleen, you knew them, right? That you
I
go
didn't,
that gate and that
House.
backyard opened up into the most gorgeous, gorgeous, beautiful yard with beautiful gardens. That was a much bigger house than it looked like.
Is that the blue one?
yeah, it's probably
No,
the
it was
same
like
size lot.
It was like a pinkish color house. I think it still is pink. And from the front on the driveway, all you see is the garage. But then once you open up that gate, it like the entrance to the house is on the side.
it's actually
Right,
super
but that's
cool.
Sideways. It's sideways.
Well,
Right.
it is an antique.
that-
I'll give Kathleen that. It is 1890.
Right.
And it's on a smaller piece of property right in the same area. It's 0.32 acre property, that
Yeah, but-
property. So
It's
I'm
just
just looking at the value of land and houses in that area, that's all. And I can't,
But in order to do the appraisal, he couldn't have used this one. It's too remotely different just because it is an
yeah,
antique.
no,
He would have to adjust
I'm
it
just-
so dramatically.
yeah.
Where's the backyard?
I don't like when they pick Henderson Road because those properties literally have 95 going through their backyard. And so that's that one is not.
right. But
I think
even if
that's-
you use the other two, that, that kind of averages to 443 or 444, and he's asking to go to 450, right?
I think this lot is much nicer than the Ludlow Court lot. That Ludlow Court lot sloped, it's a garage under, and it's right in the train station parking lot. It's one off the parking lot on the right-hand side where it's all really pitched. I just don't think it's the same, I don't think it's the same kind of property.
But the Mill
That's
Plain
the only
Road,
thing.
the Mill Plain Road property is they have that valued at 453,800. I think that's a good comp.
Yeah. If you're going to use the one on Henderson, like I said, I would have used the one on the corner. I would have used that 1001 Uncle with the aluminum siding. That looks very similar to one together.
No,
And
that
that's sold in the high. Anyway, all right, but that's it. I'm not, I won't support it at that price, at the 450 from 566, not with that size lot on that street.
Okay.
I think that's really low.
That to me looks like, and I could be wrong, but I'm looking at that Henderson Road property. And it looks like it's on the opposite side of the street from the highway.
No, it's on the highway side. It's a double lot. It's really big.
Oh, yeah.
And so he used it because
Yep,
it's such a big lot.
I got it.
Yeah.
You're right. That's on the highway side. Yep. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
but
Is
it's
everything,
big
well,
lot. He didn't
that's
adjust much for location on that one. He adjusted a little bit on the location, but not very much. He adjusted like $8,000 or something for the lot. And I just don't think those two, the land is anywhere the same between the subject property 0.4 and the one and a similar sized lot that backs to 95. So.
And just out of, for information, guys, there's no condition adjustment at all for this land. Even though it's
No,
right in
because-
the middle of what we described.
Right, but that's because most of Old Mill, if you look 2 houses up, they have a site index of 9 on them. So this is a 5. So that's appropriate because as you go up Old Mill, the land gets super valuable. I think it's one more property up or 2. You start to look at the field cards if you're on the GIS and you'll see on Old Mill, the land values go up into the 600s. 2 houses up, the land values have a site index of 6 or something. No, of 9, way up. So it is, compared to the other ones on the street, it's a 5, and they go to 9 pretty quickly. So I
But
think
if
it
he's
is.
catty corner to if he's catty corner to Sturgis, the Sturge Ridge and the convalescent home and the baseball fields, I'm just surprised that there's not even a like 0.95.
Yeah, well, it's like the properties we've looked at that are adjacent to commercial. It really is adjacent to commercial.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm surprised there was nothing given for that particular weird location. So I don't know what that would have done.
Yeah, Sycamore and some of those streets are really, their land values are in the 6s.
They're much nicer than
But
this
they're
one.
different. It's
We're gonna be talking
I
about
know. They're
'cause it's-
bumped up. They're bumped up. He's not bumped up. So I think it's appropriate. It's still a 0.4 acre lot. It's a huge lot. And, Jackie Piccarello just, she tore one down on one street over there on Uncle or whatever and put up that beautiful new house. So I think there's value in there.
location. Yeah, that was a beautiful lot. This doesn't compare to that.
I'm not even sure the dwelling's worth 116,000.
I think it's all remodeled. So I would say that'd be a great rental for somebody who wanted to walk to the train. That's what I think. You look at the bill card, they did, there's a lot of money put into that remodel. And there's no pictures of the inside. I asked him for pictures, but there's no pictures of the inside of the property. So when he did the appraisal, he didn't, he just did he did exterior photos. He did not go inside.
Well,
Actually, I think we've discussed it. Oh, go ahead, Helene. I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, we keep going back and forth with what we think is, the appropriate comp, but the appraisal came out to what now? 450. So I would feel comfortable going anywhere between 450 and 500, but 500 I think is even too high. But only because I think that one comp is not great. But like we said, we're not going to start picking apart these appraisals. But if we just even go with between the 453, 800 adjusted price, and maybe go as high as 475, somewhere around there, I'd be comfortable with that.
I'd like to remind you guys that this is 1,056 square feet on 2 floors. It's a 2-car garage essentially that was created in our living area on 2 floors. Just think about that. That's small on 2 floors. Just remember that. That's all. Plus the location. I'm okay with it at 450. We have an appraisal here. If no one else is inclined at that number, I get it. But I'm okay with the appraisal as it sits.
I'm okay with the appraisal, even though I don't love Henderson. I understand why he used it. And I'm not seeing the value in that lot because of the location. If it was somewhere else on Old Mill, I would agree. This location is not good. That lot, nobody's going to go stick in a big, beautiful house there with that location.
Yeah.
So, it gives them nice privacy, whatever. The house is small. It looks like a student rental, like Judy said. I just don't see it more than that. I'm fine with the appraisal.
To me, it's like a condo alternative.
Yeah, it's a condo alternative. Yep.
And walk to town, walk to the train. The park's across the street, right across from the park. Yep.
You know what? That's true. You can say that it has, in some ways, desirable location because you can walk to things. But walking to things isn't good enough with a lot like that.
And so is that house that Papa George, his family had right next to I-95. Right? Walk to town from that too.
Yeah.
Okay, so did someone make a motion to change it, or you're going to vote? I'm not going to support it, but you guys decide what you.
All right. Is there a motion to grant the appeal or not?
She started it, yeah.
If anybody went to start, did anyone go to 500 or something, or you're keeping it at 450?
I'm good with 450.
450.
It's too small. And it's
Okay.
not, it's just too small.
All those in favor of granting the appeal to the appellant's requested value of $450, raise your hand.
I lost my
I
video.
don't. Yep, I think it's 4 in favor, and all those opposed. I'm opposed. Peter's opposed. There's 2 opposed. So the motion passes with a vote of 4-0. Griffin and Rupert opposed.
Okay, is that it for you? I think that's it for you, Kathleen, for tonight.
That's all I had on my list for tonight. Yeah.
All right. Judy, I think you wanted to leave us?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Okay, when are you here again?
Monday.
Monday. Okay, so I'm gonna add. Okay,
All right.
6, yep, 30, 90.
All right,
Good
guys.
night,
Good. You're
Judy.
still working? All right. I'll see you on Monday or call me maybe. Okay.
Bye, Judy.
Thanks a lot. Okay,
Wow.
next,
Bye.
get a couple more in.
Whew.
Okay, Carol, you were next.
Oh, man, I'm like, I don't even know if I can speak properly. Oh, all right, let's do an easy one. Appeal 118 is a personal property.
Okay.
He filled his declaration thing out to 0. And when that happens without appropriate, in the assessor's mind, appropriate substantiation, they default to another number. So he did get it in on time. It's just, it was 0. This guy has he's a musician and opened up this business so that he could get if he gets royalties from his music. His album is called Diamonds by the Dozen. And if he markets it on the markets it on the internet. So somehow if he gets royalties, it would go to Rick's Technologies, which is the name of his company. In any case, I told him, don't put 0. If you're on the internet marketing it, you have a computer. And he said, yeah, it's probably 5 years old and it was given to me by someone else. And so I said, just put a value on it. It'll make it a lot easier than going to 0. And he's living with his daughter. He's living with his daughter on Burr Street. He moved there. So he agreed to do that. So he's resubmitting it to Ross with a $200 total depreciated value. So he doesn't have a penalty. So I'm just asking that we take away this town value of 2,000, which is inaccurate. Doesn't have really any assets except for his computer, which is valued at 200.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of granting the appeal to requested value?
What's the value? Is it 200 assessed, or do
No,
we have to take point?
no, the value is the net value is 200. So the assessed value comes off of is obviously. Why do you need that for Kathy's sake?
This is Kathleen. Usually for the personal properties, we use assessed values. It's just easier because all the forms. So it's
Okay,
140. It's
Can someone do the math? I just rebooted my phone. Can someone do 25%?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can do 25%.
It's
$50.
140.
Right. Oh, sorry,
It's
140. Right.
All those in favor of granting the appeal value of $140?
Assessed.
Assessed value of $140, please raise your hand. My hand.
Okay, it's unanimous. How'd you get 140?
It's 70% of his
Oh,
net
200?
depreciating
Okay.
value. Yeah. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
So appeal number 120 I can also do. This was another wacky one, another personal property. This is Elements Massage, and he was late in his filing, but when he filed, he declared that he had made a mistake. I spoke at length with Ross on this, and his backup doesn't support his declaration. And in all honesty, what he's asking for is incorrect as well. And so I would personally rather just deny this and let him resubmit his accurate information at a later date. I couldn't, when we get to personal properties and they start handing, tables with spreadsheets, it become, and I can't find any numbers that tie to the numbers that they're asking for. It becomes difficult for me or anyone else without an accounting degree to sort it out. So honestly, and I like to give my A effort.
I know.
And I couldn't. So I'm inclined to deny this unless someone has more questions for me.
I know. Okay,
Okay, but put the motion on the table to accept it and second it, please.
go ahead. Go ahead, Carol, make a motion to accept it.
Yeah, my motion is to accept appeal number 120.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now, all in favor of granting appeal number 120 to the appellate's desired or requested value, please raise your hand.
I don't see any hands.
All,
Mhm.
am I on my hands up? I'm guessing it's unanimous.
You're breaking up, so everybody's in favor of denying it, right?
So the
Yeah.
motion fails. The appeal is denied unanimously.
Okay.
Any other one? Let me see. Carol, you just did 120. Can you do 121?
Which one is one? Yeah, this one, yeah. This is a complicated one.
Well, be it then. That'll be our last one.
Okay, so I submitted something today. I'm curious to see whether it made its way into the file. It's a summary. 121. I'm just going to go up here to see if it went in there. So this is appeal number 121. The property address is 146 Sherman Court. The owner is, it says Salem Road LLC, but it's the Dave Montani and his wife Tina live there. These are a combination of 5 condos in sort of in town in the center area. They all look the same, but they're actually quite different. So has anyone looked to see if my I guess go to the last page, would that be where the last one I submitted this morning would be? All right. Oh, good, it was scanned. So if you go to the last page, there's a summary of all the units. Do you see that?
Yep. Wait a minute.
It's
Yes.
page number 27
Yep.
of 27. Okay.
Yeah.
So I did a combination of including both the known sales as well as others that hadn't sold. The interesting thing about Dave Montani's property, which is 146, and I highlighted it, is that it's the only one out of the 5 that does not have a garage. And it is the only one that you have to walk around back to access. And it is the only one that you have to actually climb a flight of stairs to get to the living area. So it also doesn't have a patio or a porch. So, in some respects, it is the least value. It also is the second lowest in square footage. The other one that has the lowest square footage, very close though, 1678 and 1709 square feet. We're kind of splitting hairs. Unit number 136, that is a standalone. So very different. So he and his wife paid $532,000 for it right at the end of January 2021. It's appraised at 578. He did not give me a value initially when I asked him for it before I had really set my eyes on most of it. I said, I need you to give me a value and get back to me. And he emailed me a value of 475. But when I started looking at, some of the other buildings, I really struggled with this one because if you can see, there's units number 152 and 150 are wackadoodle. The appraised value, so there's like a side by side. And even though they have a little bit different square footage, as you see, and one got converted from a 2-bedroom into a 3-bedroom, the appraised value is, the woman in 152 is a woman in her 80s, very elderly, and her appraised value is almost 620.
Oh my gosh.
Something's wacko there, okay? Then the person next to her, she shares the walls with as a 2 standalone, kind of like a duplex, right? But it's part of a whole complex, is paying 381. And then we've got the next one. Those are the 3 that they're all in the same building together, including our appellants. They're appraised at 523. He feels like that one's kind of a close one in that there's also no patio and no porch, yet that person does have a garage. So I definitely feel that he's being appraised incorrectly when I look at all these others. But to get to 475, I think it's a little low.
Carol, does he have a form here? It's like blank, it looks like.
What? The
Did
form?
you fill it in later? Because this, on
The
his.
form is on the top page, page 1.
Right, but he doesn't have any opinion of fair market value on.
Oh, no. Well, right. He said 475. The town has it appraised. I should have wrote that in and had it rescanned. 578, 800. And he has requested a value of 475.
So that's your motion, correct?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, that's the motion.
And he
Well-
paid 532 in January of 2021, like, right? He paid
Right,
532 for. Yeah, so I mean, I always look at the sales, and if it's a qualified sale and it was an arm's length transaction, I can't see taking him down to 475, which he's requesting. I think it needs to be, close to his sale price, maybe a little bit lower than his sale price. I agree at 578, he's too high, right? That's where he is.
Yeah.
Right.
So I agree he's high. I can't take him much below his sale price just because it's so close to the reval date. So if we want to take him, he's at 5. What is he, 5?
Yeah,
he's
see,
out
I
for 5.
argue that it's almost farther away because that reval date is the cutoff. The cutoff was October. So it's the whole, it's way before that. So quite
No,
honestly, in my mind, I'm somewhere around 495, 500. I would grant an in part for something like that. I do think 475 is too low.
Yeah, but actually we do try to get to October 1, 2020. I know they look at all the sales when they're building the model from October 1, 2019 to 2020. But when you say, what's your target date, you want to say what it was sold for if it had been on the market on October 1st, 2020, not any time in that period. So that's, you just have to look at it. So it's not that far after that. And he probably bindered, sometime in December, right? November, December on that. So pretty close to October.
I have a question. When you say we, who do you mean? Because I don't operate that way.
Yeah, I still look at these appraised values as well, and I'm trying to be,
Yeah,
I'm trying to put.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Anyone
No, I thought
else?
you asked me-
I appreciate your opinion. Thanks, Kathy, Kathleen, I know you weigh very heavily on that.
But I'm not, Carol,
I
excuse me. I couldn't
That's
hear her.
why. I think
I couldn't hear her
that's my
answer.
answer. Paulette, I believe, yeah, I think you asked me a question. It's the statute. The statute says October 1, 2020. That's the date you're trying to get to. I didn't make that up. That's in the state statute.
I don't
The
remember reading
reval period,
again.
October 1, 2020. And list, that's the date they sign. That's the valuation date we're trying to get to is October 1, 2020. So you know, they start building sales, and when they certify the grand list, they certify it as of October 1st, 2020. That's what they're trying to get to. And then they continue to take sales for the next year and see how the model is doing. But they build the model with 5 years worth of sales
Yeah,
data.
that's okay.
then
I mean, I can also say, you know, they were selling their home and they were, you know, in a stressful situation because,
Yeah,
you know, a year ago, people didn't realize that you actually couldn't sell your house until you knew where you were going. So people still were selling homes and then realizing, holy crap, there's nowhere for me to go. So there was a little bit of, well, there was not a little bit, it was a stressful situation. So they, you know, they ended up paying this. But take a look at some of the others of the appraised values, and that's where I get, you know, sort of just, I'm tripped up. So that's why does anyone think that 475 is valid in and of itself, or would you be inclined for me to grant a part?
I'd be inclined for the part.
I'd be inclined for a part too. And I understand both sides of this discussion. And I agree with the fact that, you know, they went into contract in December for 532.5. However, in looking at the other, I mean, this is one very small little cluster here at the end of Sherman Court. And, you know, that comp that you mentioned, it's 1670, or I'm sorry, 136, which is almost identical square footage, a standalone building at 482. I'd be willing to almost like split the difference between what they paid for it and the one at 136, which would bring them to 507,250, or we could, you know, round it to, you know, 507, 508, 510.
Okay, that sounds like a logical thing. I mean, that's where I am too. It's like, I do take the sales data, but we have to massage it with what else is going on, right? And as a standalone and has a garage. Don't forget, they don't have a garage.
Right.
So, all right. So I know it's late. I think your suggestion is a good one. I was hovering around 500. So I'd like to grant in, I'd like to ask a motion to grant in part to make the new appraised value at 500.
Second. All in
Okay.
favor, please raise your hand.
Okay.
My hand is up.
That's 3.
Okay, all opposed.
Peter and Kathleen is 2.
Motion passes at the requested value. Appeal approved by a vote of 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and opposed was Kathleen Griffin and Peter Rupert. Okay, I think that's it for appeals. Thank you for being agreeable to work an extra time the last 2 nights. Tomorrow night we'll be doing it until 9. Also remember that tomorrow we're on WebEx 3, not 4, and that was sent to us earlier today, how to get on.
Oh, good.
I just
I'm
checked
sorry.
again. I did not receive that. I don't think she has my proper.
To you, but I'll send it to you today.
I don't have it either.
Okay, I thought I had it. I will look again to make sure I do, but I'm pretty sure I got something from Jen Carpenter. But I'll look, make sure that we all have it for tomorrow. And then
It came from Kathy?
I thought
No, I didn't send anything to the
I got something
board.
today. I can't look now because I'm on my phone, but I will look. If not, I'll have to call her in the morning and make sure that she sends it to everybody. Or if she just sends it to me, I can then forward it to the board, which would be fine. Ross is available tomorrow if we need him. We'll probably have to let him know early. This way he doesn't have to waste his time, which we can do tomorrow.
Sometimes we don't know if we need them until we need them.
Well, we won't know, but he's around. He said he's around, more available tomorrow than he was tonight. Now tomorrow, I originally had scheduled Katie and Judy, but neither of them are going to be here. Carol, you did a bunch of your appeals from tomorrow the other night. So I want to get as much as we can get done. We have
I can do appeal 3
Wait a minute, is that Carol?
Yep.
Okay,
And appeal, I don't think we've done Quinn Contracting, appeal number
I thought
117.
we did that.
Oh, we did?
Quinn sounds familiar. We did that the other night.
Oh. Oh, that's right. I just had to call him and threaten him to bring his declaration in, which he
Okay.
did. Okay, okay, well, that's all I have left then is appeal number 3, I think.
Okay. Kathleen, do you have any left?
I do. Do we have 30 left still? Is
I
that,
don't
is my
know.
count correct?
Lost track. That's why I'm asking.
I have,
You have 30 left?
oh, maybe, no, maybe I didn't mark the one of my own tonight. I got to take those off the list because I was marking everybody else's, but I
Okay.
didn't mark mine. So there's more. But yeah, we probably still have about 26 left.
All
I
right.
can,
So
I can do 91 and 96.
Colleen, I have you for 96, 103, 104, 105.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah.
One of-
You know what? I'll tell you, I have such a crazy day tomorrow, and 104, 105, and 103, 104, 105 are all together. I'd rather do that on Monday because that's very complicated and I've got to look that over again. But I do have 91 and 96 that I can do.
What do I have you for on Monday? Well, I don't have you for Monday yet. Okay, you can do which ones, Lee? Let me write it down tomorrow.
96.
91 and 96, did you say? I have you for 96 already. And the other one was 91?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's that. Peter, do you have any you can do tomorrow?
Yeah, I have 16 and 17 left.
I have you down for 16. I'll add 17.
Oh, and also 83. I can do 83 too.
Clean. That gives us,
And I'm not available on Monday.
okay, so that gives us 13 for tomorrow. I don't, unless anybody of you, anybody who's here has any others that they think they can do, that's all we're gonna get done tomorrow.
Yeah, I can do the rest of mine and I need to leave early on Monday, so I'll only be there for the first half.
All right, so then you can do the rest of yours tomorrow. Okay, and Kathleen, if you have time, or you can just tell us tomorrow night, I don't care whatever way you want to do it. Can you send me a list or at least tell me tomorrow night what's left after tomorrow maybe? Because I'd like to finish up on Monday if we can.
After tomorrow night, you want a list?
Yeah, yeah, because this way we'll know what we need for the following week, because we have to be done by Thursday. I'd like to be done early in the week because we really have to be done before the end of the week.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, we have hearing minutes too that have not been approved. Those are all on the website. I don't know if you want to do those.
Oh, you
Yeah,
know,
I
maybe
don't know
we
why
do
they're-
those tomorrow. Why don't we do those tomorrow? Because we have fewer appeals. Unless, of course, wait.
They need some work. Those hearing minutes don't have half the appellants on them. I don't know what happened with that. So,
Okay, then we
my-
won't do that. We'll do your appeals instead.
okay. Yeah, we need to look, you guys need to look those over before we approve them, because I know several of mine, there were 2 people there and the names are not listed on the hearing minutes.
Okay. All right, I think that's it, unless anybody has anything else. All in favor of adjourning the meeting, please raise your hand. I'm sure you have. Meeting adjourned at 9:49 p.m. See you tomorrow at 5.